Hello, these spectacular specimens of humankind, you happy-go-lucky scamps of individuals. It is I, Alan Vane, here to bring you, well, we're going to be talking some deep shit today. I'm going to be talking deep shit today. But this is still the home of hedonism. On our little corner of the world, the good old things. I realized my camera twisted round a wee bit. I was getting a lot going on over there. Here's me standing in the middle and I'm like over here. You know what I mean? So I'm like, right, okay, fix that shit. How are we doing? How's it going? How were your weekends, cheeky little devils? How are things? Yes, we are going to be talking about all the internet censorship. Well, I say all the internet censorship. We're going to be taking it step by step and we'll work it in a bit. All right. But we're not going to do that straight away. It's because I've been going on a right little deep dive today of where it's all come from, why it's all happening, or very specifically why the Steam stuff is happening, all the stuff that's happening on Steam and itch.io and stuff like that. And Chags!
Most kind.
And now I want to talk about it.
Kayla, hi, I can watch without a work lurk right now because I got fired Friday.
Oh god.
LOL, hope you are doing well.
I can watch without a work like now because you got fired Friday. Chags! I am gutted to hear that with the understanding that it was against your wishes. If it was one of those situations where you were like, I'm fucking done with this shit. I'm done with this shit. I'm fucking out. And you walked out and they fired you because of that, then I'm right there with you, friend. If it wasn't, then I'm genuinely gutted to hear that, friend. Genuinely fucking gutted to hear that. But you are always welcome here. You are always welcome here. Jags, I should not describe your name with a bit of vein. By having your name on the mirror of vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know? Yeah, no. You were done with them, but I wanted to have another job lined up. That makes complete sense. That makes complete sense. In which case, it was just an advancement. All it was just a little speeding up of the stuff you already had thought of. You know what I mean? That's all it was. In which case, you're good. You're good. I'm with you. I'm 110% with you. How's it going out? Hey, Alexander Griffin, you cheeky little devil. Jam Jar Brain, how you doing? Not ready to talk about censorship? Yeah, I've been going on a bit of a deep dive, and because my brain is in that fucking space, that's why I want to talk about it today. I've pulled up a whole load of like resources. We are going to be specializing primarily, or we're going to be focusing primarily on all of the stuff with Twitch, Steam, and itch.io, and where that's all come from and what that means for the future and how it actually hasn't fucking worked at all. But I'll talk about that. And if we find that we end up covering that really, really quickly, which I don't think we will, but if we do, then we might touch on the payment processing providers and a little bit on what the fuck is happening in the UK at the moment and how none of it is okay. I'm on a right little fucking high horse today, friends. I'm on a right little high horse today. Anyway, it's probably because I was arguing with homophobes over the weekend. Actually, do you know what? Pride was fucking excellent. Side note, Pride was fucking excellent. No homophobes that I saw. Just had a really fucking good time. It was afterwards on the Sunday when people had like uploaded the photos and stuff like that. And then I was arguing with homophobes because that's what I do. That's what I do. But yeah, as a result, I'm pumped. I'm pumped. Do you know what I mean? How you doing, Giles? How's it going? Hope everyone's as well as possible and a great weekend. Yeah, I had a really good weekend. Thank you very much. I hope everyone did too. Looking forward to the deep dive. Definitely going on one of those. It happens every so often. We don't go on deep dives very often, but every so often a subject just piques my interest and I'm like, right. And do you know what? With something like this, especially when it comes down to like computer games and censorship with computer games, I feel like I'm probably a really good person to talk about this shit. Because I play not safe for work games, I review them, I am a sex educator, and I understand the dynamics of content creation and payment processing provider. Like, I have got a lot of insights into a lot of the things that are going on here. So I feel like it's very rare that I'm like, oh, do you know what? I'm actually probably a subject matter expert on this, but this, I feel like I probably am. This is one of those very few subjects where I'm like, do you know what? I actually think I know what I'm talking about here. I actually think I know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? How you doing, Zooty Booey? It was wonderful seeing you at Pride over the weekend, you beautiful bean. Hope you and your little gothlet had a wonderful, wonderful time. Pixie Bomb, hello, you cheeky devil. Gilus, you cheeky individual. Pastor Van, hello, you beautiful bean. Rowan Rose, you beautiful bean. How you doing? How's it going? Perfect timing. Gonna make a brew. I've got my brew here. It's just cooling down because I put too much hot water in it, as I do. Alexander Griffin, can I get a shout out for Hey Alexander Griffin, please? Darling moderators, you wonderful, wonderful beans. I would very much appreciate that. How you doing, David Cogsworth? Hello, you beautiful bean. Mavis Moonlight, you cheeky little devil. Renard. Oh, come on now.
Interesting fact.
Oh.
You can yo-yo in space. In 2012, NASA astronaut Don Pettit took a yo-yo on board the International Space Station and demonstrated several tricks. It works because a yo-yo mainly relies on the laws of conservation of angular momentum to perform tricks, which, provided you keep the string taut, apply in microgravity too.
The laws of conservation of angular momentum to perform tricks. I thought it was going to be something to do with like some gyroscope scenario because it's spinning so fast. People go check out my dear friend Hey Alexander Griffin. They're wonderful and spectacular. They recently had their 1-year stream anniversary, affiliate anniversary, which is very, very exciting. Oh yeah, that's something else that at some stage I want to very briefly talk about. The fact that Twitch have changed their rules. And the reason why they've done it. I understand why, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. So they've changed their rules in regards to monetization for American streamers. But we'll very briefly talk. There's a lot of things that I need to talk about today, friends. And on top of that, I also need to say that Pride was amazing. I did do another vlog thing because I'm well into that as well at the moment. As you can see, I'm full of a lot of creative energy. I'm full of a lot of energy. And as a result, I'm expending it in ways while I have it, you know? JM Beard, hello, you cheeky devil. Mr. and Mrs. Crafting, you cheeky little devil, just arrived in time. Just in time. Oh, my lordy, ladies and gentlemen and all gents outside, and you delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness. It's our dear friend, the deity of chaos, Eris Ptolemy. How you doing, Eris? How's it going, you beautiful being? What are you up to today? Tell me all about it. Tell me all the bits and pieces. Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Faux pas, individuals, faux pas. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard, and only corrupting the ears of the you cheeky little devils. You cheeky little devils. Doing some more Orginizer? Good call. Great game. Great game. Absolutely fantastic game. I would strongly recommend that anybody go and partake. It's a Twitch integration one, so that the community can partake. So if Eris Ptolemy is playing that game, I strongly recommend you all to go over and partake in that. At some stage, I'm going to take my jacket off because I'm already sweating buckets. I'm already far too fucking warm. But yeah, how you doing, Eris? How you doing, you beautiful individual? Friends from my stream, you know Eris. If you've been here for another stream in the past, if you're not brand new here, then you already know Eris Ptolemy, because Eris Ptolemy is here all the time. They're a wonderful, wonderful member of the community, and yeah, they deserve all your love and attention, so you could go over and click that jiggle of button. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. To all you beautiful raiders, I've just been explaining that today we're going to be going on a bit of a deep dive, because I'm in the mood for a deep dive. And we're going to be talking about censorship on the internet, very specifically focused on the Steam scenario that's going on and itch.io, and how they've payment processing providers have it's gonna start there, and then I know full well it's gonna stretch out into what payment processing providers are like across the board, because people think this is a new thing. People are like, I've been watching a lot of articles and interviews and stuff like that today regarding a lot of content creators being like, oh my god, I can't believe payment processing providers have done this. And it's like, they've been doing it for literally fucking years. A good decade. Payment processing providers have been doing this exact fucking thing. So it is not even vaguely surprising to me that this has happened. But we'll talk about it. Shade and Sunshine, censor this. I ain't gonna censor you. You'll run around all over the place nakified. It's the perfect weather for it. Slightly overcast, but still warm and toasty. How you doing, Mendiza? Hello, you cheeky devil. Fathomless Dookie. I mean, why not? Why not, eh? Looking dapper today. Well, thank you very much, Alexander Griffin. I woke up and I was just in a mood for a suit. Woke up and I was just in a mood for a suit. So I was like, right, I'm going to have a suit today. I'm going to wear a sexy suit today and I'll be happy for it. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? How's it going, damn man? How you doing, you beautiful being? It was a bright cold day in July and the clocks were striking 13. My God, not 13. I can't even count that high. My God. Authenticai, hello, you beautiful individual. How's it going? How you doing? I was done with them, but I wanted to have another job yet lined up. That's all right, Chags. You'll get something real quick. You'll get something real quick. You're a talented individual. I know you are. I know you are. Dabber Cogsworth coming in with a 50 streams in a row. You've been streaking through here. Not only wearing nothing but a bow tie and a smile, but also telling us all that we've lost the game. Thanks, DC. Thank you. Yeah, that's you now, DC. Thanks, DC. Appreciate you. Appreciate you reminding us all. God damn it. What's the deal with Steam? I love the earrings. Thank you very much. Got some pearls and some shenanigans going on there. The deal with Steam is they have been pressured. The TLDR that we are going to be digging deep into, and I'll give it another 45 minutes to get everyone in and settled and what have you, and then we'll start like digging into it. Do you know what I mean? But the TLDR is a a group of Australian feminists, and I use this very, very specifically in this scenario, have contacted payment processing providers to get Steam to delete a shitload of games. Not only Steam, but also other websites like itch.io, and Steam have gone, well, the payment processing providers have gone in and been like, hey, delete anything related to these subjects or you're fucked. And they've gone, oh, shit, well, we don't have a choice. We're going to have to delete all of those things. Now, we're going to talk about the morality of it, because on paper, it looks like a really good thing. But it isn't necessarily. And we'll talk about it. But yeah. Also, can I get a shout out for Rebel Nay as well, please? How you doing, Ellie? How's it going, you beautiful individual? Zabadi and you cheeky little devil. Hello, how you doing? Oh, people, I'm so over trolls. Nah, those weren't trolls. They were just homophobes. There's a difference between trolls and homophobes. Homophobes are dickheads. Trolls are just dickheads. The homophobes are dickheads. People, go check out my dear friend Rebel Nay as well. Another beautiful individual who deserves all of your love and attention. Lots of beautiful individuals deserve your love and attention today. We've got Hey Alexander Griffin, we've got Rebel Nay, we've got Eris Ptolemy.
Historians like to tell us that Henry VIII's favourite wife was Jane Seymour because she gave him a son. That's not necessarily true. Because if you stack them all up, Catherine, Anne, Jane, Anne, Catherine, then everyone else is below par.
What?
Yeah,
what?
Most kind.
Interruption.
What? I'm so confused. What is happening here? Dr. K. Ross, you did indeed interrupt me with your 62 months. You cheeky little devil. I'm so confused. What was that, Eris Ptolemy? What are you referring to? Is there some kind of joke in there that I completely missed? Because my brain is definitely on something, another subject entirely. Henry VIII's last wife was Catherine Parr. Oh, right, okay. It was a joke if you understand, if you know enough about Henry VIII. I got you. I don't. I studied it in school because we had no fucking choice to. And do you know what? It was the most boring fucking subject that I have ever experienced in the entirety of my... I remember learning about it and being like, I am bored shitless. But I know it's many people's fascination. So good on you. And I'm glad that other people got it. But I did not. I was completely lost on that one. Dr. K. Ross, as you now describe your name on the mirror vein. By having your name on the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sex and early most, but the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know? It's better because it broke my brain. Oh, thanks. I see how it is. Wow. After having seen the Rocky Horror Picture vlog. Ooh.
Panda to it. Panda to it.
I would not say I am a fan of steampunk, but it is the healthiest way to prepare punk.
Oh my God, Zabadian. Good Lord. Good Lord. Jesus. Thank you. Thank you, friend. What was I even talking about? I don't even remember. Oh yeah, after having seen the Rocky Horror Picture vlog and then this, is there an outfit I cannot handle? I don't know. It's up to you. It's up to you, Mr. and Mrs. Crafting, you cheeky devil. Look dashing, darling. MC Amazing. Well, thank you very much. I was feeling quite dashing today. Feeling quite dashing. Oh.
Choo choo.
Mr. Hyde! First of all, thank you very much for the 100 little pandering. Secondly, how dare you?
Panda to it.
Choo choo.
No, Alexander Griffin. Oh God, we've got another golden one. We've got another golden one. Friends, the golden kappa train is exactly the same as every other hype train, all right? If you leave it alone, it'll go away. It'll go just because it's golden.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Someone call Midas. His erection is on the loose.
Yeah, Midas. Bloody Midas. Oh, that Midas touch.
Yeah, subscribe. Most kind.
Dabber Cogsworth. Thank you very much for gifting us up to Zabadian there. I appreciate that, you cheeky little devil. Zabadian is well worth your subscription, so I appreciate that very, very much. He's very kind in this community, and he never gets his own sub.
Most kind.
Shade and Sunshine gifting us up to Golden Titties. Oh my lordy. And Golden Titties.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
What was King Midas' favorite pet? A golden retriever.
Oh my God, that was weak. That was weak, Zabat. Even for you, that was weak. Oh my God. Or a goldfish. Jesus Christ. Thank you very much, Zabadian, for thanking Dapper Cogsworth there. You are well worth that gifted sub there. I have inscribed your name upon the mirror vein, along with golden titties. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror. Oh God, I look rough. But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh yes, meow. You know. By the way, friends, I have noticed that the Golden Kappa train. This is the second Golden Kappa train we've had. They seem to make no sense as to when they appear. I think it's just RNG. It's just a random thing. But when you complete a Golden Kappa train, you get the Golden Kappa for 24 hours.
Yeah,
all right.
Subscribe.
Clobs.
Kind.
Clobs. You cheeky little devil. I haven't even said hello to everybody yet. I love the way that you waited for me to put
bits in this day and age.
In this day and age.
Oh, swoon.
My God, Daddy Bear, not in this day and age. 300 bits? My lordy. Thank you very much for giving that sub to Inbound Dreams, you beautiful bean. I've inscribed their name upon the mirror vein by having your name upon...
Subscribe.
Oh, my lordy. And what? And Dabber Cogsworth giving you one to Clobs.
Third carriage connected.
Friends, you don't have to do this. You've already been unreasonably kind to me this month. You don't need to do this, you cheeky little devils. Okay? God damn it.
Yeah.
Chimera!
Most kind.
Chimera coming in for the 51 months. Right. Your names are inscribed upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, no bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emos, but the most important thing, no, Zabadian. 5 tier 2s? 5 tier 2s. Zabadian, another 5 tier 2s. What in the Dickens? Gotta keep your lights on somehow. I appreciate that, but you're so kind. Dabber Cogs was gifting one to Jason Andrew as well. Oh my lord. Oh, I'm gonna have to take my fucking jacket off because this is too fucking warm. Too warm to be doing this. All right. God, look at you. You're outrageous, the lot of you. The lot of you, okay? I'm not ready for this. I was ready to deep dive some fucking censorship stuff, and then you come in with all this kindness. God damn it. Too bloody warm. Oh my god. The sleeves are going up. Yeah, loosen the collar. Button those sleeves. Or unbutton, as the case may be. All right. Okay, third one. Fourth one. And fifth one. And then we got a gift sub from Dabber Cogsworth to Jason Andrew. Right, your names are inscribed upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, you mean you get access to my personal Snapchat, not bomb Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, including the tier 2 Pokemon emotes for you cheeky little tier 2 peoples.
Most kind.
What is going on? What is happening here? What are you alerting me to? Hold on. Oh, hold on. Oh, god damn it. Let me just quickly do this. Give me 2 seconds. Oh my fucking god. Why can I not? Oh, there we go. Bear with me, friends. Eine Minute bitte. Okay.
Hand it to my
All
ego.
good. All right.
Hand it to
Okay.
it. Hand it to it.
What do you call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear.
Oh my god. Oh my lordy, Zabadi, and thank you very much for 100 little panderings. What I was saying. Oh, I've got to go Kiara Strings on here as well. Oh my lordy, hold on. Dabber Cogs was being very kind there again to Kiara Strings. Right, your names are all inscribed on the mirror vein. By having your names upon the mirror vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil, and of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning. Oh, first of all, you tier 2s have got to roll over every morning and go, God, I wish I was someone else, because then I'd get to look at me. And all you tier 1s have got to roll over and go, God, do I look rough? Or go, damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy, ooh, yes, meow.
Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
A little girl is having a tea party with her teddy bear. Would you like anything to eat, Mr. Bear? The bear responds, no, I'm stuffed.
Oh my god, Zabadian. Thank you very much for the 100 little pan rings. How the fuck are we on level 5? Level 5 of the Golden Kappa train. What the actual dickens? And also, Authentic Cat redeeming show dono with speech. God damn it, Authentic Cat. Thank you so much. Friends! First of all, I want to preface this by saying you have no obligation to give any more money to me. You people have already been kind enough as it is.
Right.
God damn it, Milky Pork!
Most kind.
God damn it! 97% of level 5. 97% of a level 5 Golden Kappa train. Friends, if you have got your Golden Kappa emotes, I would like to see them now. I love the way that my Kappa is just a normal Kappa, apparently. Oh, no, it's all right. It's there. Look at my Golden Kappa. That golden head of theirs, all of the golden cappers. Thank you so much, friends. If you've got hype training modes, please throw them out. I'd say a massive, massive, massive thank you to all those people that subbed, the gifted sub, that threw all those cheeky little bitties out there. You beautiful, beautiful beings. That's so fucking kind of you. That's so fucking kind of you. Authenticator has also redeemed a show dono with speech. The dono is being shown, but I now need to talk about it as per the rules. But there is no obligation to give me any money. First and foremost, no obligation. Okay? All right? Okay? We are raising money so that I can pay for a new boiler because my boiler is drastically on its way out. It now no longer, like, the hot water is tepid at best. So I need to get a new boiler before winter. At the moment, it's not too bad. It's all right. I can deal with cold showers when it's fucking roasting outside. You know what I mean? But it is, I need to get it sorted before winter. So that is what all of our current donation goals are for, to pay for the new boiler. As a result, I am doing it in £200 increments because a boiler is really fucking expensive. So every £200, I do a reward for all of you. This is part 4. We've already raised £600 towards the brand new boiler, which is fucking glorious, and I am forever fucking thankful for that. Thank you so much. I really genuinely, I can't explain how much that means to me because it's a weird job being a content creator. It's a weird ass job being a content creator. I'll tell you that for nothing. But yeah, the end of this one, I've realized no obligation. No obligation gifting some money to the dono goal. Friends, if you've got egos in chat, could you please throw them out now to say a massive thank you to the person that declares themselves as no obligation? God damn it. Oh, that's so fucking kind of you. Yeah, I decided like literally 20 minutes before stream that at the end of this goal, I'm going to do a Bob Ross stream. I'm going to do a Bob Ross stream. And if any of you have been to the previous Bob Ross streams, you know that they're not standard Bob Ross streams. I'm not going to be painting, but we are going to be doing a Bob Ross stream. Okay? Very, very important. Very important differentiation. You're here to censor me? Honestly, Persephone, wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. We're going to be talking about that shit today. Oh, good lord. That's going to be fun. Thank you so much, friends, for this. This is... You're all too bloody kind. Too bloody kind. God damn it. Let me just open that before I go back and try and... I think I'm so far behind in chat that I can't catch up with chat anymore. Danae Raven, how you doing? Try that again with one hand. What were you trying to get? Oh, right, yeah. Shout out for it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All you beautiful raiders coming in. Yeah, appreciate you all. Hello, you glorious being. J2, how's it going? Entertain me like Robbie Williams did in the 90s. What, by ripping off my own skin, J2? Is that what you're referring to? Is that what you're referring to? Oh. Right, where was I? I'm doing okay, very tired at the moment, but I have successfully done a load of laundry today. I'm very happy about it, but I did maybe take more spoons than I actually had. Entirely fair, in which case you've got the rest of the evening to just chill out, right? That's cool. That's cool. Eris Ptolemy as well. Friends, more egos in chat. Say a massive thank you to Eris Ptolemy as well, you beautiful being. Wild Annie, how you doing? Can I get a shout out for Wild Annie, please? We are going to be jumping into the conversation in about half an hour. So I'm just saying hello to everybody first. You know what I mean? Just saying hello to everybody. I don't even know what's happening with Steam, so I'm eager to learn. It's an interesting one. It's an interesting one that just hasn't fucking... yeah. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to talk about because it's real fucky. It's real fucky. We did some valley decorating in Disney Dreamlight Valley, and then ended with some... I had to get a Dream Snap submitted and ended with some organizing of orgies. Of course. Of course. Perfect. That's exactly what you need. Exactly what you need, Eris. Is there any chance that you'll touch on the subject of censors for adult website as well? I heard they're doing that in the UK. Yes, they have rolled that out. End of last week, they rolled that out. And yeah, we'll probably, if we have time, Pastor Van, then we will touch on that at the end of this. Because, and the reason why I'm keen to touch on it is because it's not just for the UK. It's happening in the UK at the moment, but there is already a bill that is being passed in America for American citizens to have to verify their ID before accessing adult websites as well. It was originally put in from the NordVPN doesn't really make a difference, damn man. Fucking hell, I wasn't going to talk about this quite as yet, but the TLDR is the from what I understand, there's a bill that was put through in May in America, which was very similar to the bill that they put through in the UK. It's passed in the UK and it's up for review at the beginning of next month, I think, in America, or the middle of next month in America, to basically do exactly the same thing, so that you have to provide some description of government ID and or facial recognition to prove that you are over the age of 18 in order to access certain sites. And when we say certain sites, we don't just mean pornography sites. We are talking any sites that could contain not safe for work stuff. Discord would be affected. Wikipedia is affected. Reddit is affected. So it's not just adult sites. It is all anything that contains anything that could be considered not safe for work. So yeah, it's pretty big. And a lot of these sites are using third-party companies that are sketchy as fuck because they're cheap as fuck because they don't want to have to fucking do it in the first place. Yep, Blue Sky, Twitter would be another one because there's a hell of a lot of not safe for work content on Twitter. Yeah, everything. And be very clear, I'm going to spoiler a bit for you now here. Bit of spoilering, friends. It's got nothing to do with protecting the kids. It is entirely to do with control and having your fucking information. That is exactly what it's to do with. But we'll talk about it in a bit. Fever broke this morning, starting to feel better. I'm very glad to hear that, Authenticator. I hope that you heal up soon. How you doing, Alec, you beautiful individual? How's it going? I hear you have a real fucking hard time at work, Alec, and my heart goes out to you, friend. My heart fucking goes out to you. That would drive me up the fucking wall. So I hope you're doing all right, mate, and I hope you're able to have some time to just sort of chill, you know? I bet if you made a game of the Bible, it'd be cancelled too. Yes, yeah, it would, yeah. As per the new rules, yeah. There's new rules in Steam, and so what we're going to be talking about today is I'll cover the overall situation, then I'll talk about where it stemmed from, so where it all started, the company, Australian company that kicked off. Then we'll talk about what has actually happened in regards to the payment processing providers, in regards to Steam and itch.io, and then we'll talk about the statements released by itch.io and Steam and how the policy has changed on Steam. And then, if we've got time, we'll talk about what it actually means, because I can tell you right now, as a fact, as a point of gram fact, that I know of games that fall within the ban list categories that are still perfectly available on Steam, because I've reported them myself. They are games that I have personally reported where I'm like, hey, this game literally contains illegal content. This should be looked into, and it's still there. It's fine.
Kiss face throwing a kiss.
Painted Lady, a beautiful being, coming in for the 40 months. Good lord. All of the kiss face. All of the kiss face, you cheeky little devil, you. I shall now inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. I have your name upon the mirror vein. It means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all those sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But God damn, do I make rough look good. Oh, sexy. Oh, yes, me. Yeah, you know? Yeah, no? But they're anti-sex work feminists. They are anti-everything feminists, Authentica. Having looked into it. Oh, you just don't understand. You don't understand, friends. Oh, it's going to get so exciting. Because it's so fucky. Psycho Siren as well coming in with it.
That's a long time rolling on the floor laughing.
It is indeed. It is. All of the ruffle. All of the ruffle It is such a fucking roller coaster we are about to go down. Finley like dropped me a message. Finley Short Stuff, how you doing, Finley? How's it going? Finley dropped me a message and was like, hey, have you seen this? And I was like, yeah, I've been keeping an eye on it, but I'd just been keeping an eye. I hadn't really dug into it any. And then we dug into it like separately, and I was just like, oh my fucking god, Finn, have you seen this shit? And Finn was like, oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? And I was like, nope, oh no, oh, if you like gossip, it's not even gossip, it's just fucky. It's like exciting but fucky at the same time. I like what I get excited over is the tea, exactly, the hypocrisy that is about to be ensued upon you, friends. The hypocrisy. What was I doing? Psycho Siren, you beautiful being. By having your name on the mirror vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. 21 months, good lord. And of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, god, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, harra, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? Hasn't just got tea, he's got the whole fucking... Honestly, yeah, there's a lot of it. Because I started looking into this. And this is the problem, is it very quickly became quite a hyper-focus. Like, I would have looked into it. When was it, Finley? Was it Thursday that you dropped me a message? I would have, like, I started looking into it, and I was like, oh my fucking god, oh my fucking god, oh my fucking god. And I started digging in thingy. And then I had to stop because I had to prep everything for Pride, because we had, like, a fucking cart and everything for Pride, which there's a vlog coming, so you'll get to see it all. But there was a lot of stuff going on, and I was like, shit, I can't do it. And then today I was like, I can actually look a bit further into that now. I can look a bit further into that and actually, like, get all my ducks in a row, as it were. I was watching a whole load of, like, YouTube reports on it from different YouTubers and different gamers and stuff like that. And it's like, there's a lot of tea. There's a lot of tea. Tea. So, yeah, so we're going to be talking about that stuff. As not censorship as such, is firming up of the RU18 checks. Now more than a tick box. Unfortunately, they're doing it in ways that concerning people from privacy point of view. Yes, exactly. And more to the point is it's the confirming that people are 18. Basically, what it is the government stepping in and being like, hey, instead of, like, relying on parents to parent their own children, how about we make it everybody else's problem? That's what it comes down to. That's what it comes down to. Instead of, how about, like, because I can literally tell you right now the way to answer, in my personal opinion, my humble opinion, as a 38-year-old man who has experienced life, the universe, and fucking everything, the best way to deal with all of this would be to have good sex education. If the government rolled out good, healthy sex education that understood the dynamics of consent, the dynamics of bodily autonomy, the dynamics of sexual congress between people, the risks of sex work, and there are risks, even though I am very much pro sex work, sex work is real work, there are still risks. If they rolled out a well thought out, researched, and foundationed level of education, we wouldn't have to worry about censoring the entire fucking internet or establishing further rules. What about that? Oh yeah. Well, this is the thing. It's actually, do you know what? They've done studies, Wild Danny. They've done studies, and they have found that children that have better sex education are less likely to have underage sex. By, like, a significant margin, but they're like 80 to 90% less likely to have underage sex. Because they understand the risks, they understand the dynamics, they understand all the things, they understand all these bits and pieces that are going in. It's just like, Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, I haven't seen that specific one, Sembar, but I have seen some other stuff, so I'll pull that up and I'll add it to the collective as we go through, for sure. For sure. Right. Rainbow Zilla, hello, you've been AFK lurking. I think you need to leave house. No, go do your thing. Go do your thing. I appreciate you lurking. I do. You go do what you need to do. It's better because it broke your brain. I'm glad to hear that. There is telling me. Only like the one song about him. I don't know the song about Henry VIII. All the kings, they picked the one who slept around. Well, he didn't sleep around. One of the wives he had, he didn't sleep with at all. They all slept around. They were royalty. How you doing, Dan Man? How's it going? She herself was the first woman to publish under her own name, among other things. Oh, that's interesting. Why my fucking mouse is on its way out. I got it. Van's just uncultured swine when it comes to his own country's history. Honestly, yeah, that's an accurate way of putting it, Shade and Sunshine. That is an accurate way of putting it. I really am. I find my own country's history very selectively interesting. Very selectively interesting. I find very specific bits of history interesting, and the rest I'm just like, not really bothered, you know? Wikipedia is currently appealing because they are being classified as the same places like Pornhub, and they want to stop anonymous contributors and things. They also want certain things removed. The case is being heard by the High Court, and we should have a ruling within the next month. But if they lose the appeal, we'll probably just won't be able to access it anymore in the UK. Well, this is the other thing, and somebody mentioned earlier about NordVPN. There was also, I read something very briefly, so I haven't looked into it, but there was also something about there being blocks on entire VPN websites, because the more popular VPN websites that exist, they're them rolling out blocks onto those VPN websites to stop people from using those VPNs to get around it all, which is also ridiculous, because I will also point out that you can just search things. Like, for example, if you wanted to, because I looked when this rolled out, a friend of mine messaged me and was like, oh my god, they've actually put it into place, and I was like, you fucking what? So I naturally went on to Pornhub to check, you know, and I was like, so how difficult is it to get around it? And it turns out not difficult at all. Just Google porn and you just click on various different links until you get one that doesn't have the link, doesn't have the 18 plus age verification thing. And I don't have a VPN. That was literally all I did. I literally went in and just went, porn. How easy is it to get around this? Oh, turns out, piece of piss. 5 links. 5 links it took me. Click. Okay, 18 plus. Click. No, okay, 18 plus. Click. 18 plus. Okay, click. Verify your ID, 18 plus, all that stuff. Okay, click. Oh, look, there it is. Boom, done. I'm around it. I don't have to worry about it. All that it's really going to do is send viewership to the sketchier websites. And I'm not saying it's the right answer. I'm not saying it's the wrong answer. I'm saying that that's what's going to happen. If you can't go to the bigger websites like Pornhub, for example, that actually have like an education side of things. They've actually got this whole thing where it's like, here's some sex education stuff. They've got all these different dynamics. They've actually got systems in place to stop exploitation. They've had to put that stuff in because of all of the fucking drama and shit that that has gone into Pornhub over the years. They've had to put in all of these safeguarding stuff. And now all that's really going to happen is it's just going to send people to the sketchier websites that don't have those things, that don't have ethics policies, that don't have sex education, that don't have safeguarding like terms and conditions and policies in place, you know. 100% will send people to sketchier sites with illegal content. Yeah. Oh god, yeah. 100%. 100%. Alpagalunju, come here, cheeky devil. What do you like claiming cheeky kids with your cheeky individual? Lurk away, Mendeezy, you cheeky little devil. Recommending Anne Boylston's 500 Years of Lies. It's a great look at her in the context of pop culture lies that has been established. Oh, the Anne Boleyn one? Yeah. I will definitely forget that, but I appreciate you recommending it out to the community. I appreciate that. You'll be around. That's all right, Mendiza. You've got stuff to do. It's all good. The problem is that even for the parents that try to monitor what their kids are doing, and yes, there are many that don't. Yeah, absolute facts. There's some great parents out there. There are so many ways to get around restrictions. Facts. So many secure chats with self-deleting messages that often even good parents haven't a clue half the stuff their kids get up to. Completely agree. Completely agree. Yeah, 100%. I do not disagree with that by any stretch of the imagination. I do not think that establishing safeguarding in the way that they are doing it is the answer. I think education is the answer. I think they are spending a shitload of money on these systems that will not fucking work.
It's a raid.
At all,
Flee.
you know? Ladies and gentlemen, and all gents outside between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people going in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? It's the glorious, the beautiful, the exquisite Katiosaurus. Hello, you glorious individual. Hello, how you doing? How's it going? What were you up to today, friends? Were you perchance talking about the censorship joys as well? The joys of censorship? The wonders of censorship? Hello, you beautiful beings. How's it going, friends of my stream? Go and check out the glorious Katiosaurus. Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful being. Katiosaurus is another phenomenal educator, has taught me a great deal of things, and I am very much a deviant when it comes to my personal like subjects of interest. Do you know what I mean? My topics of interest, I will deep dive those things. Like today, we're going to be talking about one of my topics of interest. But I will happily deep dive those things. And I have learned so much from Katie. So please, 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 people from my stream, if you enjoy a good deep dive, if you enjoy a good educational learning new things about sex, about ADHD, about a variety of different neurodiversities and stuff like that, please, please, please go and check out Katiosaurus, because they are exquisite, phenomenal, well worth your love and attention, well worth your time and your mind sponginess, you know? What were you up to today, friends? What were you chatting? Tell me about what you were chatting about today. Bloody love Katiosaurus. Friends, if you're new here, two things you should know about this channel. One, you're not allowed to apologize. People apologize just for existing, and I'm not bloody having it. Two, if you're under the age of 18, which you shouldn't be because you were just in Katie's stream, but on the off chance you were under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, because we are about to talk about censorship. We're going to be focusing on the Steam and itch.io censorship. That will inevitably lead into the dynamics of payment processing provider censorship, which we'll talk about OnlyFans, Fansly, back all the way to Patreon and stuff like that. And then we will also, and then if we've got time at the end, we will also touch a little bit more on the subject that you've just raided into, which was the dynamic of the UK censorship at the moment, which is, well, I say censorship, the UK ID proving for porn sites and other not safe for work sites. And when I say not safe for work sites, I mean anything that includes not safe for work content, primarily Wikipedia, Discord, Reddit, all of those things, you know, like anything that could potentially have not safe for work content on it. They, in the UK, they want photo ID, or a face scan, and there's already ways around that. But it's, yes, exactly, informal goblin. It is actually rolling out in the United States as well. I believe there was a bill. From what I understand, I literally found this information out like half an hour before stream. From what I understand, it is a bill that was penned or submitted in May, and it's up for revision like the middle of August, the beginning or middle of August. I might be getting the dates wrong there, but yeah, the same thing is happening, which is effectively just it's a band-aid for a problem that they're not prepared to deal with, you know. I feel like your apology rules should have a Canadian exception. Definitely not the Mad King. Is it Bumi the Mad King? Definitely not, you beautiful Canadians. I appreciate you, but I know you apologize. You apologize like more than the British do for completely pointless things, like existing, and I'm not having it. Not having it. I'm just gonna have to get around it somehow. You know, gonna have to think about your the way you phrase things. You know. It varies from state to state. Some have passed their own version already. Yes. Yeah. I know that some already have, because I discovered all of that when I was doing the 2025 Pornhub review. So every year, Pornhub release the statistics on what states, well, what places in the world have been viewing what, who's been going, like what topics are going higher, what genres are doing well and stuff like that. It's like a big metrics like review of the year. And this year, for 2025, they were missing like half the states. It was missing like a good 40% of the states in America. And he was like, wow, okay, what's going on here? And naturally then started digging into it a little bit more. But, you know, US has been trying to get laws like that on books for a while. Yes. Yeah. It's been interesting looking at some of that. We're not going to go into the politics too much. Obviously, there's going to be a touch on politics here and there because we can't avoid it. But we are going to try and skirt around some of the more political debates because I try to be very careful. Not that I'm afraid of talking about politics because I fucking love talking about politics, but I am careful about how I approach it. Do you know what I mean? If it isn't this fucking guy, it's definitely me. How's it going, Taken? How you doing, you beautiful individual? How's it going, friend? Hope you're doing well. Miss your face. Miss your face. I miss poking it. You know. Thread the proverbial needle. Exactly that, all right? Did you get, like, more sexy? I did. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Well, after I went to see Rocky Horror twice and then went to the local Pride Parade, I just bloomed into levels of sexual ardor that people just aren't quite ready for. Do you know what I mean? Poking it with your feet, that's right. Well, with something. One part of my anatomy, at the very least. At the very least. And by the way, all you beautiful people from Katiosaurus' stream, I know that Katie usually has to raid and run. They've got loads of other things going on in their life, and that is perfectly fine. Fully understand that. But if any of you also need to raid and run, if any of you need to just disappear off, you've got things going on in your life and what have you, fully understand. Fully understand. As much as I love your attention, and I really do love your attention. I'm a very, very attention-seeking kind of person. As much as I love your attention, please look after yourselves. Please do what you need to do. Your life must always come first. Must always come first, you know? What do you do when the mirror is full? Inbound dreams. All of these mirrors. So for those people that are new here, when somebody subscribes to the channel, we write their name on a mirror. All of these mirrors are mirrors that have got names on. The room is full. There's mirrors all across that wall, across the back wall, either side of the curtains, across this wall, either side of the windows. There's a lot of mirrors, but I have run out of wall space. So now when a mirror is full, I write all of the names in the Grimoire of Vain, which is on this bookshelf over here. Write the names on the Grimoire of Vain, wipe all the names off the mirror, and then reuse a mirror. Because we like recycling. We're all about eco-friendly sustainability and what have you, you know? But I also don't want to lose the names. Because these are people that have supported me over the years, you know? So I like to put them all in the Grimoire, you know? Me, attention-seeking? Never. I know. What are the chances? Let me show you this as well. Oh, I can't show you this because it's got somebody else in it. Damn it. Never mind. There was somebody else in that. I can show you this one. That one. There we go. I'm going to show you this. This was me at Pride on Saturday. I look like one of those black roosters. I look like one of those black roosters. God, so I was like literally a a shadow in amongst this rainbow of color at the parade. It was fucking hilarious. I loved it. I loved it. Absolutely amazing. But yeah, no, I was a fan. Obsessed, you like it? Yeah. Looks schmegzy. You know it. That's the way. What an outfit. Thank you very much, friends. I was very much enjoying it. It was fucking warm. So hot and toasty. One of the people I do Ken with, which is the cabaret that I run for those new people, was there because we were walking as Ken. We were walking as the company, as the event. And they decided to wear latex leggings. They regretted that decision. Before we even started walking, they regretted that decision. I was like, oh, God, bless you. It's too warm for this shit. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, we also got the picture I was going to show you was me and that individual. That we got caught. We got caught by the paparazzi. We got photographed in the wild and there was a picture of us both walking together, looking cool as shit. But I haven't actually gained their permission to show that on stream, so that's the reason why I'm not going to do it. Love your style. Thank you very much, J Lady. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Somebody once described my style as the pinnacle of gender envy, and that's how I've decided to live my life now. I'm just like, no, I'm going to wear things that make people jealous of gender in general as a concept. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Was it your bestie? I know she mentioned being in the parade. Your bestie was there with us, but she was not the individual wearing the latex trousers. No, she wore these fantastic like rainbow wings though. They were very, very cool. They were very, very cool. Right, I'm gonna whip down, friends, because I've realized that I'm way behind in chat on this chat, which is a different chat entirely. I've got 3 lots of chat up, by the way, friends. This is the way that I work. But yeah, I'm gonna whip down. So if I've missed anything vitally important, please by all means copy and paste it into chat. The adverts are due in 15 seconds. So after the adverts have finished, because we do 3 minutes of adverts every hour to get rid of pre-rolls. Once the adverts are finished, we're going to jump into actually deep diving into the realms of censorship. We are going to be focusing on Steam, itch.io, and the payment processing providers, and then we may roll out further than that depending on how far we get. Do you know what I mean? I know you'll get there, but I'm really curious as how you talk about censorship without talking about politics. Good question. It's going to be an interesting one. Why do you have 3 chats? So I have the chat down here that is just popped up on like the preview window that I have. I've got a chat next to it on one of my thingies here, which is usually, if I'm behind in chat, that's where I am. And then I have an up-to-date chat next to me in case of yeah, I've got an up-to-date chat next to me in case there's like any trolls or anything that needs to grab my attention or what have you. I always have 2 chats, but most of the time I usually have 3. Just in case there's something that catches my eye and I need to deal with it immediately or what have you. And the adverts are now on. The adverts are now upon us. There we go. Can I represent the side of censorship in this debate? You can, so long as you aren't, like, I'm going to be taking it quite seriously taken. So long as they are legitimate arguments, then for sure. I'll not. Yeah, I was about to say, because this is something that does affect me. It affects a lot of people I know, and it is something that we need to talk about quite sincerely, because censorship is bullshit. Yeah, it is. I understand the arguments as to why they put these things forward. I think that the execution is just terrible. It's just fucking terrible, for sure. You got papped? Yeah, I got papped. I had quite a few people coming over and be like, excuse me, can I take a photo? I'm like, yeah, of course you can. By all means. Always forgetting to ask where they were going to put the photos afterwards. Could have just been people's wank banks for all I know. I genuinely got no clue. But I never say no to it. Do you know what I mean? I love being photographed, so it's all good, you know. How's it going, Tinks? How you doing, you beautiful bean? They forgot the gay commandment. Thou shalt not wear latex in summer. I know, right? If only we'd thought about it, Authenticada. If only we'd known. Ooh, yes. Thank you, mate. Working on fixing a tiling bathroom, fixing tiles in your bathroom today. So your voice is keeping me company while I get sweaty. Alec Wallace, I can tell you now, you're not the first person to get sweaty to my voice. Good Lord. It's the only way, right? As a latex lover, I agree when it's warm out. Yeah. I also recommend that if anyone's wearing latex, if you're wearing latex leggings, always make sure you get the ones with the feet. Always make sure you get the ones with the feet. Because if you don't, all that happens is all of the sweat soaks into your sock, and then the sock soaks into your shoe, and then that's the quickest way to get moldy shoes. Quickest way to get moldy, smelly shoes, you know? When you say gender NB, are you talking about the flexibility of presentation? I might know a thing about that too. Yes, pass it on. That's exactly what I mean. Gender envy, as in people being envious of the fact that I can sort of represent a large variety of the spectrum of genders. And I'm a cisgender male, so that people are aware. If people are wondering about my thingies, my pronouns are he, him. We are very open and very accepting here in this community. We want people to be themselves, absolutely. Envy, yeah, got it. 3 jats, yeah. I always have 2, but I usually have 3. I was about to ask. You're very welcome to ask. Yeah, 100%. 100%. To be honest with you, there's very little that I won't talk about in this community. I won't talk about politics, primarily because we had one politics stream, and in that one politics stream, I lost 50 followers and 3 moderators. So, I won't talk about... like, that's the reason why I avoid politics. Because politics is the only subject that I've come across where it can escalate so fucking quickly to the point where I and the moderators can't keep on top of it. So that's the reason why I'm like, right, I'm gonna draw that little line. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, there are certain times when we do skirt on the edge of it, and I'm very, very careful about that. I know that my moderators are very, very careful with where, and you frequently check in with where I'm at with stuff. Because I get drawn into a conversation and they're like, hey, Val, you're talking about politics. Hard for us to fucking regulate this if you're going to keep crossing that line, you know? And that is entirely on me. And massive thanks to my moderators for being flexible based on my, based on the way that I navigate conversations. But I do fully respect how fucking difficult that is, you know? There are surface level legitimate arguments, but they mostly fall apart. Yeah, exactly, Yeti. And that's where all of this starts. That's where all of this starts is the censorship behind the games on Steam and itch.io, as the case has now rolled out. Started with a good principle. It started with good principles, you know? Execution is always terrible these days. I completely agree. Censorship in and of itself is not bullshit, but what's happening right now is. I disagree. Because, but I understand that censorship has its place. Like protecting children from things that will traumatize them. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, 100%. The whole, won't somebody think of the children is a very, very easy argument to make because everybody wants to protect children, or fucking everybody should want to protect children. Do you know what I mean? That should be the be all and end all of that. But it's the 99% of the time when somebody turns around and goes, we're doing this for the benefit of the children. They're not. They're not doing it for the benefit of children. 99% of the time when someone says we're doing this for the benefit of their children, they have some kind of alternate agenda that they're leading with defending children and then sliding into something else. Every single fucking time. Which is the reason why, generally speaking, I think there's a difference between censorship and protecting kids. And honestly, I genuinely am a very much of an open thing that I would take education over censorship any day of the week. Educate your children with a good foundation, with good solid research, where you've got good sex education, good consent education, good understanding of boundaries and bodily autonomy and such things. Educate them with those things. There has literally been studies done proving that children that are more educated in those areas are less likely to like fall into the issues that a lot of these people are worried about, you know? Yeah, give children the tools to protect themselves, aka the knowledge. Yes. Is it going to be 100% proof? No, not by any stretch of imagination, but nothing is 100% truth at all, you know? Has its place within reason. I think it's a tool, and I just don't think it's a very effective tool. I used to think it was a very effective tool, and I am completely wrong. It is not a very effective tool, not in this day and age by any stretch of imagination, because it's too easy to get around it. We were literally just talking about the fact that in the UK they've rolled out this ID identification thing where you've got to scan your ID to prove that you're over the age of 18 or do a face scan. People are already getting around that by taking screenshots of of Death Stranding 2. Kids are already getting around the whole ID, the face scan identification thing by using AI images of themselves, where they literally load their own face into a fucking AI machine and go, age me to 22. And the AI machine does, and then they scan that fucking thing. It's the most fucking pointless thing. In this day and age, it's so easy to circumvent. It's so easy to circumvent. And it's just like, it feels like one of those situations, especially when you start looking at these scenarios, it feels like one of those situations where everyone's like, oh, this will be a great idea. And nobody thought it through. Nobody thought it through. And then you've got other people that are doing the face scan thing and it says, you're not a real person. And it's like, that's just my face. What the fuck? What the fuck's wrong with you? You know? Now I want to know what religion would do. Actually, do you know what, Dan, man? We've had some really good religious conversations, or conversations around religion here. Theology isn't as controversial as politics is for some reason. You know, Lucifer says, how you doing? Yeah, thank you very much for thanking them. I appreciate that. Politics gets off the rails nearly immediately, sadly, very much so. And I understand why. It's something that I feel very passionately about, so I understand why other people feel passionately about it, for sure. Moderators, not for chat, but for Valen. I feel confident in knowing where you stand on such things. Yeah. I'd like to think I'm quite an open book for it stuff. You know what I mean? The supposed intent behind most censorship, I feel very much... I very much doubt that the surface level reasons are the only real reasons is good. But the way they are currently going about implementing isn't good. However, I'm also not sure how would be better to achieve it. Surface level intended effect. Yeah, I like I said, it's the age-old classic of the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. People have great intentions behind what they do, even if it's just surface level. But what they end up doing is infinitely worse, you know? People tie their egos and identities with a group of ideologies, regardless of whether it actually serves them or represents their values. Yeah, usually. That's where you get like the cult behavior and stuff like that. My non-binary sibling just popped in to offer me an air-fried cup of tea. And they said that you dress like the question is gender and the answer is yes. Tinks, I will happily take that. I will happily take that. Please tell your non-binary sibling to that I very much accept the compliment and I'm very grateful for it as well. I'm just going to turn the camera a little bit as well because I am once... Oh, the other way, Val. I feel once again very much in the middle when there's nothing going on over this side, you know? Yeah, no. I know they say that moderating chat is like herding cats, but I'm guessing moderating Valen is like herding one specific giant, very energetic black cat. Yeah, I'm more like a golden retriever. I just get very distracted by things. I will absolutely. You know, like the people are like, oh, you got black cats and golden retrievers. I feel like I'm like the husky. Real loud, real energetic, and real weird. You know? Some people think that seeing your own parents naked is traumatizing. Like, sweetie, being naked around me was the least traumatizing thing that they did. Yeah. I walked in on my parents fucking. And from my perspective, I literally was just like, well, if they can do it at their age, then I can do it older. We're good. Do you know what I mean? It didn't bother me like it seems to be, oh my God, now this is the worst thing. I'm like, it didn't matter. Do you know what I mean? Husky, a.k.a. Valana. Thanks, Authenticator. Thank you. This is why I don't trust their primary school teachers and Sporticus. Sporticus, I heard that Sporticus was very good. I don't know. I got no fucking clue. Censorship is a tool. There's a time and a place for it, and that's where the consensus ends. Yeah, it's a tool, and I think that it frequently gets misused. Is probably the best way of putting it. Thing with kids is should only be the parents' responsibility. I couldn't agree more. But as was pointed out earlier, and I'm not sure whether you were here for that bit, but what was pointed out earlier is parents can only do so much. Even the best parents, parents can only do so much because there are always ways around everything. And we'll talk about that. I'm going to jump into it in a second because I really want to get this conversation rolling. But there are, when it comes to the censorship of things, I say censorship, when it comes to stuff like the 18 plus photo ID or face scan kind of thing, there are legitimate reasons for things like that. For example, I'm going to take Discord. Okay, we've got a Discord. Fucking love our Discord server. Absolutely fantastic. Already, there are concerns within the Discord about the fact that we have an 18 plus area, and not everyone's going to want to give their ID over. 100% understandable, because Discord has had issues before in regards to data being leaked or data being hacked. So people are like, well, why would I give over my very personal, very private data to a company that has already had a history of this? On the other side of things, I literally watched a YouTube documentary about 3 weeks ago, that talked about how certain Discord servers were being used as a place to predate on young people. And it's like, yeah, where is this? Where's the information? Like, where's the protection for those kids, you know? So I get where it comes from, and I do try to take somewhat of a neutral stand when I look into these things and then make my opinions afterwards. And it's like, yeah, I understand with stuff like that, but what really should be doing, instead of just doing a blanket, okay, here's, because realistically speaking, having an 18 plus thing, having a whole, you need photo ID to access not safe for work content, isn't going to stop the servers from having kids on them. Do you know what I mean? Like, those servers that are for all of those fucking horrifically immoral shit are still going to exist, because they don't, as long as they just don't post any pictures. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, doesn't defeat the fucking point. Anyway, right, before I do anything else, I am going to do a little post doing some content warnings. We will be discussing censorship on we'll say on Steam, or do you know, on gaming platforms. Conversation may include, in fact will, I'm not even going to try and deny it, will include talking about games that contain rape, incest, and child abuse. Not in detail. We're not going to be talking about these things in detail, but I want people to know when they come into the chat that those are going to be topics of conversation that we discuss. But they will be factors. Because we believe in consensuality, friends. We believe that people should be able to talk about these things. So I've just pinned that one there. And we'll do it manually till the end of the stream. Fantastic. Okay. Okay. Right, chums, happy-go-lucky scamps, beautiful individuals. Let us discuss the realms of the current conversation. Well, let's jump into the current conversation, which is, Jesus Christ, I'm already so fucking far behind in chat. Mods, if you need to disappear off for whatever reason, just drop me a message in the mod chat. just so that I'm aware of stuff. I will try and keep up on chat as I'm going through stuff. Obviously, we're going to be discussing these bits and pieces. Go team, yeah. Good on you, Authenticator. If you need to go take meds or what have you, don't forget to do that. And good on you. Thank you very much for the reminder as well. Okay, friends. First things first. I want to straight up say, I want to let you all know that I am very much. You know what, music? I'm going to pause you because you will distract me, and I'm not about that. I am very much a person that believes sex work is real work. I am very much a person that stands by sex workers. I am also an advocate for the LGBTQIA. I am also an advocate for kink and fetishes. And we do not judge here based on people's personal preferences, so long as it is all between consenting adults. We will definitely talk about we will very much touch on the subject of CNC, which is consensual non-consensual, where consenting adults role play a scenario of sexual assault. Because that is a preference that people have. And as much as it is not my cup of tea, so long as it's between consenting adults, we don't judge. Do you know what I mean? We don't judge. Or certainly we shouldn't. All right? It doesn't have to be our cup of tea for us to accept that it's somebody else's cup of tea. Do you know what I mean? Anything else that I want to say? Yeah, I want to make sure that everyone here is over the age of 18 before we jump into this conversation. And I want to... Is that where I was going with that? Yeah. I got distracted. Can't remember what else I was saying. Not a problem, Mavis Moonlight. You do your thing. Like I said, we won't be going into any detail about these things. This is a topic that I find it's definitely a topic that I would consider myself to be quite... I don't know whether I'd go so far as to say subject matter expert, but I have a lot of experience in playing not safe for work games, reviewing them. Specifically from like a sex education point of view, and I have played a hell of a lot of things that disgusted me. That absolutely fucking disgusted me. I have reported a hell of a lot of things on Steam, and that is something we will discuss about as well. But yeah, I just want to make sure that everyone's aware that I am very much pro sex work. Sex work is real work. I am all for ethical sex work. I am all for I am an advocate for the survivors of rape and sexual abuse. I stand against any kind of sexual abuse, no matter what age the person is, but specifically against kids. And I do not advocate for any description of incest, which I have to say, because it was step siblings and step parents was the number one porn category in the UK in like 2023. So I just want to be careful, because I am also from the UK, that people don't think that is something that I personally advocate for. That is something that I find quite uncomfortable. But you know, right. I'm spending a little. My parents. All right. Okay. Do we still have the sensitive topic graphic? Yes. But is that going to change? I think that changes the entire thing. So I'm not going to use it. The entire stream is now a sensitive topic. Stream is lagging. Second, I am in a small 18 plus roleplay server, and the head of the server wanted me to send them specific pictures of my driver's license. He said that I could black out all of the other things except the birthday. So that's my tea. If I go to a listening party stream. Honestly, Night Dragon, I understand why they've done that, but it's not going to make a difference with the way. If America follow the same suit as England, which is making sure that there's photo ID or facial scans for everything, then and it looks like there is a good chance they will, then you are going to have to verify your age through Discord yourself in order to even access a server like that. Just answer questions. They have them because, okay, you're seated and ready to learn and understand things. Okay. Want to add that CNC is an umbrella for various kinds of activities, including things like free use, not just rape roleplay. Yes, CNC, consensual, non-consensual. Free use is where you literally are pre-consenting to be used by anyone and everyone in the vicinity around you. Yes. And we're not going to get into the details of what that entails by any stretch of the imagination, because that's a much bigger conversation for another time. And it's also one that I am not well versed in, because it's not something that I find that appeals to me personally. It's something that I should probably research upon, but it touches on subjects that are triggering for me, so I need to be in the right state of mind in order to start researching it, if that makes sense, you know? If chat has come across kink related that we want to learn about, is it okay to ask in chat? I know that, at least for me, researching, you're allowed to ask about kinks. Yeah, by all means. You're more than welcome to ask about kinks in chat. I will also be refunding a lot of people's channel point redeems if they ask for them, because yeah, we're gonna be talking about some deep shit. You know, if governments were actually doing this out of safety, they provide a service where you could generate a one-time token. Yes, I completely agree. Completely agree. If the governments were doing it out of safety, then the government would put something in place. In my personal opinion, and maybe there's something going on in the government that I'm not aware of, but in my personal opinion, there would be a way that the government, because the government have got all of our fucking details anyway, the government could turn around and be like, okay, cool, here's your fucking tax code, or here is your, not even your tax code, here is a unique identifying number for you that could be generated. You could go onto a government website and be like, I need to generate a number. Here is, go through your own security thing with the government. Here is the first line of my address. Here is my date of birth and my mother's maiden name or whatever. Go through that, and it gives you a one-time code. And you could put that code into anywhere you fucking go, and it'd be like, yeah, this person's 18. And they don't need to give any more information than that. There's no sharing of information. Any chance of anybody stealing your information or taking your information or selling your information on to third parties or any of that shit, do you know what I mean? I arrived when we're being used by everyone, I know, right? Banana's my safe word. Huzzah! How you doing, Creep Beats? Could I get a shout out for Creep Beats, please? I appreciate that. One that doesn't appeal to me, it's done properly with some kind of safe words, then whatever floats your boat. Everything should be done with some kind of safe words. I'm straight up. Everything. It's better to have a safe word and not need it than need it and not have it. Always have a safe word, friends. The UK government actually gave a fuck. They would not have outsourced it to the US servers. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. People go check out my dear friend Creep Beats. Look at this gothic individual. Beautiful, exquisite. I watched a little video of him pissing and moaning about the fact that he couldn't get coffee in the middle of the night. I enjoyed it, Creepy. I enjoyed it. It was good fun. It was good fun. There's actually an EU initiative making it digital passport wallet. That would be fucking cool. If it wasn't going to give any further details. If it could literally just be like Yeti said, a token of just being like, here is a token. This is all the information you need to say that I am over the age of 18. It doesn't give them any other information. It's just, this is a token that says that has been issued by an official authority to confirm that this person is over the age of 18. Moxie Rose of Mr. Pierre has done some great TikTok education on CNC. Yes, very much so. And I very much stand by Moxie Rose. Fucking love her. She's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I haven't spoken to her directly. I've had a couple of conversations with Mr. Pierre. But yeah, hold on. Give me 2 seconds, friends. Very important message just come through in regards to the current topic of conversation. I just want to read and make sure that I've got my information correct. Yeah, perfect. To the person that just sent me a DM, thank you very much for that. Yes, I will certainly ask if something comes up, for sure. For sure. Whilst maintaining your anonymity. Right, okay, let's get into it. Now, I want to talk about the situation at whole. So, for those people that are not aware, a little while ago, as in like literally the past 4 days, I think it's literally happened like last Wednesday or last Thursday, Steam ended up deleting a shitload of their games. I think it was like 100 to 200 of their games off of their thingies on the request of payment processing providers. Now, there has been a constant issue with payment processing providers flexing their moral high ground and the fact that they can do whatever the fuck they want because they are payment processing providers. It is very much a case of these payment processing providers turning around and being like, hey, we want you to do this thing, and if you don't, then you can no longer use our services. I myself, as a little bit of an aside, I myself have had a lot of run-ins with payment processing providers where a payment processing provider was very, very happy to take my guests' money for like one of the cabarets that we did. They were very happy to take our guests' money, more than happy to gather that money, but then refused to pay it out to us because of the fact that we ran an erotic cabaret. It wasn't even the event that we were running that time, but because of the fact that we, in general, ran an erotic cabaret where there was no sex involved. It was like erotically themed like the Rocky Horror Picture Show is, or the Moulin Rouge is. But because of that, they absolutely refused to pay out to us. But they also weren't going to refund it to... They just wanted to keep the money, effectively. And they also, I will also say, they also refused to pay us after the event had transpired. So they took all of the money, the event happened, and when it came to us getting the money to pay our performers and to pay the venue and to pay the bouncers and to pay the bar staff and to pay everybody that was fucking involved, they were like, yeah, you can't have it. Because you go against one of our policies. The policy, which I will also say is very... It's worded in a very grey way. I believe that's called theft. That would be down to the interpretation of the law. And I didn't have the money to argue it. And this is one of the reasons why I think a lot of these big companies, not just payment processing providers, but a lot of these big companies get away with the amount of shit that they get away with, is because people that suffer under them, people like myself, don't have the money to legally contest it. Especially when it's like an international thing because they are based in America and I'm in the UK or what have you, you know? Is it theft? I cannot confirm or deny that from a legal standpoint, and I won't do because I don't want to be caught in slanderous thingies. But it certainly is. The wording of the policy was very grey, is what I'll say. No worries, Club. You take it easy. Thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate you. Morally, it is theft. Legally, yeah, it was a whole thing. In your opinion, it is theft. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. It's theft adjacent. Yeah. Very fortunate for them. Yeah, there's an awful lot of these policies because I honestly, friends, I can honestly say that I fucking hate reading. I hate reading. I'm not a reader by any stretch of the imagination. It is not something that I like to do. But I read so many fucking policies. So many policies to know where I stand about things, you know, because you've got to sometimes. So I've read an awful lot of these policies, and I will say that they are worded in a very grey way. in a way that they could adapt it for whatever they want. And do you know what, friends? You're going to see a lot of that today. You're going to see a lot of people wording things in a gray kind of way, which means they can mean whatever they want it to mean, you know? Yeah, I know. How's it going, Mayor Wi-Fi? How you doing? If they put it in their terms of service that they'll do it, then they do it. It's legal. Yeah. Well, the way that I think they would argue it in a court of law is you've infringed our policy as per our definition. And it would be up to me to, even though the situation in that regard was we were selling tickets through a website. That website had payment processing providers. The payment processing providers didn't like the fact that we had an adult thing. So they were like, hey, ticket company, we're not going to give them their money because they have infringed one of the payment processing providers' policies, not the ticket company's policy. There's a much bigger discussion there that we're not going to get into now. But my point is that I have had a fair amount of experience in dealing with payment processing providers. So it all kind of started with this statement, which I've actually I've taken from. In fact, you know what? I'll screenshot it because it's much easier to do it that way. I've taken from a video that I got earlier. How's the best to do this? This way. Sure. This way.
Oh, you followed me.
Ba-da-ba.
Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you very much for the follow, you beautiful individual. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but you're very welcome here. So it started with this statement here, which was we are recently notified, or a lot of people found that it started with this statement here. We are recently notified that certain games on Steam may violate the rules and standards set forth by our payment processing providers and their related card network and banks. As a result, we are retiring those games from being sold on the Steam store because loss of payment methods would prevent customers from being able to purchase other titles and game content on Steam. We are directly notifying developers of these games and issuing app credits should they have another game they'd like to distribute on Steam in the future. So from what I understand about this,
Panda to Mago, panda to it, panda to it.
Evening beans. I am driving home, so shall be lurking.
Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. Rage, safe travels. We're deep diving topics today. But yeah, safe travels. Thank you very much for the 100 panderings. From what I understand from the various different articles and videos and stuff that I have watched, Steam have delisted over 100 games on their platform. I don't know whether there is an actual site that covers them all, but they've delisted over 100 games, and they've basically turned around to every single one of these developers that hosted these games that are usually very much indie developers. They have gone, hey, have £100 worth of Steam credit on us as a way of saying apologies for the inconvenience of this. Okay, so that's kind of where it began for a lot of people. That's where a lot of people first found out about it. Where it actually started was a few months before that, which was with a company called Collective Shout. Oh, would you? Yeah, you did itch.io, so I thought it was a website. Well, it technically is. But yes, they have removed all the adults not safe work content. Yeah, would you? They have indeed. No, you're good. It's all right. Well, it wasn't your fault. It was just the way that it worked. We'll talk about the itch.io situation in a moment, because that is even worse than what Steam have done. Do you know what? I am going to do a quick Google. Steam's recently deleted games. Is there a list that we can see? SteamTracker.com. Okay. Jesus Christ, there's fucking loads of them. Okay, so there's a page and a half of delisted games. I don't know. Oh. 158 entries per page. So approximately 200 to 250 games have been delisted in July. Yeah, the Steam ones were allegedly ones that portrayed banned taboo content such as rape and incest. And yet... And to be fair, I will say, having looking down in a lot of these things, and looking down a lot of these the names of these titles, Interactive Sex Incest Twins Episode 4. I mean, that's going to contain incest. Let me go back to page 1 because there was a whole list of them. Sex Adventures Naughty Sisters Episode 1 through 8. Incest Story, Incest Tales, Incest Tales, Incest Tales, Sex Village, Slave of the Police Officer, Ara Auntie Incest, Queen Prince Incest, Mom Son Incest. There's a lot of incest going on here. There's a lot of incest going on here. And what I read earlier was that they were... Oh, how do I explain this? So I watched a video. Do I still have the video up? Can I link it? It should be under my recently watched, right? These are all words expected to be spoken when I arrived. How's it going, Nibbrin? Hello, you cheeky devil. Am I missing something? Why incest? It's not even sexy IRL. I can't say thingy, but I will say that is the primary things that were targeted during this whole movement was sexual assault, incest, and child abuse, which are 3 subjects that the vast majority of people can agree on. Those are things that shouldn't really be publicized. But that's where it begins, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Let's just pace ourselves. I'm trying to find the do I have my recently watched videos? History. There we go. Let me grab... Was it this one? Mute the tab so that I can check. Yes. So, Bellular News was one of the... Bellular News on YouTube was one of the channels that I checked out. And they said that Valve actually made a statement back in 2018 that they would never, ever cow down to the pressures of payment processing providers. And yet here we are. Censorship is very different to regulation. What we are seeing on itch is blatant censorship, whereas age restriction is a form of regulation. Yes, there is a very clear differentiation, but we're talking about the censorship that's happening across Steam and itch.io at the moment. We will be touching on that. We did touch on it a little bit earlier, but we will be touching on the 18 plus regulation again, probably, if we've got time at the end. It's because it's a taboo, and a lot of people, a lot of things that are taboo, people get some people's giblets twitching, specifically because they are taboo. It becomes really harmful impact of censorship like this. Yeah, like it also... I'm trying not to get ahead of myself because I realize that my brain goes too fucking fast in these situations and very quickly spirals. So let me go in with saying that, first of all of these games are make-believe stories. Nobody in the process of these games, to my knowledge, nobody is being hurt. There is no literal incest. There's no literal sexual assault in any way, shape, or form. None of these things are literally happening. They are all make-believe. That's first and foremost. Whether you want to dictate whether that is right or wrong is entirely up to you and your own personal morals and bits and pieces. There's a lot of things that are going on there that make me deeply fucking uncomfortable. But I also am fully understanding of the fact that they are make-believe. They are created by a developer to fulfill some kind of fantasy. I will also say that fantasies, in and of themselves, cannot harm people. Whether those fantasies lead to something else is a different thing entirely. But fantasies, fantasizing about something, is harmless. It is completely fucking harmless. I'm reading a book at the moment called Want that was collated by Gillian Anderson about different people's fantasies, and it is the most fucking amazing and interesting book. It is absolutely fantastic. Fantasies are usually very, very healthy. They don't hurt anybody. They are a person's internal imaginings of the ways that they want things to be, and that is okay. That is all right. If any one of us thinks in our own head that something deemed illegal, is that immoral or wrong? I feel uncomfortable saying that it's immoral or wrong, because I would say that if you fantasize about something that is deemed immoral, that is societally deemed immoral, then you should question that and potentially seek help. For example, if you fantasize about people under the age of 18, then you should question that and you should seek help as to why you think that way. You should go to a professional therapist and go, okay, why do I think this way? This is not okay. Because it isn't okay. But yeah, it isn't okay. And work on ways that you can get out of that. Because fantasies change. The things that I fantasize about now are not the things that I fantasized about when I was fucking 18, 19, 20 years old. What we are attracted to as people changes as we get older. We and ourselves change. The more that our life experiences happens to us, change. We are constantly changing. So there is an absolute possibility that you can change aspects of yourself. If any of us think about, what defines morality is something that philosophers have been arguing about for millennia. Very much so. Very, very much so. If I think about how to roll a bank, do I need to go to a therapist? If I play games where I roll a bank, do I need to go to a therapist? No, but I would argue that there's a difference between robbing a bank. I see where you're coming from, but there's a difference between robbing a bank and fantasizing about abusing children. I'm going to get back on track. There is, let me agree to that first, but your wording was that if you fantasize about something illegal, seek help. No, my wording was if you fantasize about something that is societally immoral, like abusing children, then you should seek help. You should go to a therapist and explore it with a qualified professional as to whether that's something that needs to be taken action on. I am not the person that is qualified for that or to make that decision. Do you know what I mean? And it might be if it was say take your example of
subscribed, most kind.
Speaking of who Valen fantasies about, in walks Biohazard.
How's it going, Biohazard? How you doing? I'll be with you in 2 seconds. In taking your example of fantasizing about robbing a bank, for example, were that to be societally immoral to rob a bank, then to go and explore that with the therapist is not a bad thing. To turn around and be like, hey, actually, I've been really fantasizing about robbing a bank. I've been really looking at, like, do you know what, that's something that I'm real tempted to do, and, you know, it's been playing on my mind, I can't get it out of my mind, and what have you. And the therapist, the qualified professional, will be able to explore that with you and help sway, well, not even sway, help you understand where that is rooted in and change that for the good of the society. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not talking about like brainwashing. I'm talking about like actually exploring the root behind things, you know? I think most therapists are qualified for working with that sort of client. They're the only people that can be. It's an interesting subject because we all think random things or stuff that is not accepted in society in our heads. So I think along with it's just a thought and it's a fantasy, it's just a thought and a fantasy, who is it harming? Oh yeah, 100%. That I can get behind. Yeah, which is the reason why I'm not turning around and saying, hey, if like, because there's also a difference between a fantasy and impulsive thought. Do you know what I mean? That's another thing that I'm not gonna deeply get into here, but there's also a difference between thinking something and considering something, for sure. Intrusive thoughts, yeah, for sure. Considering or fantasizing about something could be immoral or harmful. I think the way you did, that impulsive thought thing, 100% is a thing. You can't help your impulsive thoughts, but you can help what you do about them, you know? Distinction between stray thoughts, a thought experiment, and an active, irresistible fantasy, very much so. I'm not a violent person, nor am I a fascist. Just because I roleplay a fascist that shoots socializing video games, Helldivers 2. Yeah, no, I get that. And that, again, that's the dynamics of fantasies. I think it's when I am not qualified to turn around and say where the fucking line is. Do you know what I mean? I am a randomer on the internet with a fucking theater degree. I'm not going to turn around. I'm literally trying to talk about the dynamics of censorships in video games. I am not here to turn around to you and be like, hey, you're fantasizing about these things, go seek help. I'm not going to tell you where the fucking line is. And I'm not going to, like, I'm going to say that if you think it's a concern, go seek help. If you think it's something that you are, that is getting to a point which you in yourself consider inappropriate, go seek help. I am not qualified in any way, shape, or form to dictate where that line is. You know? Thank you for expanding a little bit. No, that's all right. That's okay. That's all right. I realized I got quite heated. It did clarify points for you. No, 100%. And I appreciate the clarification of it, even if I do get a little bit heated about it, if that makes sense. Who doesn't like fantasizing about squashing bugs for democracy? Oh, yeah, Helldivers too. Yeah. The line is not necessarily what the law says. Not necessarily what the law says, but it's where you and society meet. I think the line is going to be different for each different person. If you get to a point, and do you know what? I would say this for anybody, for any subject, actually, do you know? If you get to a point about fantasizing about anything, where it gets to a point where you're like, I have to do that in real life, where you fantasize about one specific thing, and it doesn't matter. I'm not talking about like fucking abuse here. I'm just talking about anything. If you fantasize about something in your head where you're like, oh my God, and you fucking hyper focus on that one fantasy and you're like, I need to do that in real life, then you need to take a fucking step back. Because for two reasons. One, obsessing over a fantasy is unhealthy, and it doesn't matter what that fantasy is. There is nothing wrong with fantasizing generally. But obsessing over a fantasy is unhealthy for you. And you need to take a step back for your own mental health in that regard. And two, and the most important bit, the fantasy will never ever live up to reality. The reality will never live up to a fantasy. So hey, say you have a fantasy of going on a romantic walk with your loved one and having sweet sex on a swing. Okay? You find a swing that's hanging off a tree, and you have sweet sex on that swing, and you fantasize about it, and you love it, and you love it, and you love it. I need to do that. I need to do that with my partner. Oh my God, I need to do that with my partner. I can guarantee you the reality of that situation is never going to live up to the fantasy. Ever. If any fantasy gets to a point where you feel that you need to do it, not that you really want to do it, but you need to do it, then I would always advise that you seek some description of professional help. Speak to somebody who is a professional, who has qualifications in these things, to explore that realm as to why you need to do it. In the fantasy, the sand doesn't get everywhere. Yeah, sex on the beach, that whole thing. Someone has fallen off that damn swing. Yeah. Or the mud's wrong. The scent is wrong. There's a fucking bee. You know what I mean? Just tossed you onto my browser so I could express the same thing. Oh yeah, literally about that dynamic. Yeah. Side note. Oh shit, you have a theater degree? How did I not know this? Yeah. Because I don't talk about it very much, Night Dragon. I have a first-class honors theater degree. Which I think that's the first time I've talked about it in about fucking 4 years. Problem with censorship is also that there's been censorship back in the day. Yeah. We'll get onto that, Mr. and Mrs. Crafting. We'll get onto that because it does actually come up in this topic of conversation. But yeah, back to the point at hand, which was the according to what I saw on Bellular News on YouTube, they showed a sighting of Steam back in 2018 where they were like, we will not cow down to payment processing providers so long as things aren't illegal. They can be on our platform. Effective. That was me paraphrasing, but that was effectively what it was. It was like, so long as things aren't illegal, then we're okay with it. Now, depending on where you are in the world, things are alternately legal or illegal. Incest isn't illegal everywhere. And we're not going to fucking talk about this now, but it needs to be said that age of consent differs country to country. In some parts of the world, it is legal for me to exist. Yes, very much so. Adds incoming? Yeah, thank you very much, Neighborin. Again, it's fantasy. There are real world things that the brain doesn't put into consideration. Very much so. Very, very much so. There was a fantastic short that I watched many, many years ago, and I wish I could fucking find it because I reference it a lot, where a man created... it was like a thought experiment. It was like a man creates the perfect robot. The absolute perfect robot. A robot that can fucking do anything and everything. Is the perfect fucking robot. And he turns to the robot and he says, can you do everything? And the robot says, yes, I can do anything that you could possibly desire. And he says, but the robot says, within reason. And he goes, well, what do you mean within reason? I have created you to be able to do anything. Do everything. That's what I've created for you. And the robot says, yes, but there are always limitations. And he says, well, could you create like the perfect fantasy? Could you fulfill a sexual fantasy in its absolute entirety? And the robot says, no. And he goes, well, why not? I created you specifically for this purpose so that you could fulfill all of these things. And the robot says, think of a fantasy. Picture a fantasy in your mind. He goes, okay. The robot says, what does the carpet look like? What do the curtains look like? What's the corner of the room like? Where does the light come from? How much light is there? The problem with fulfilling a fantasy is that the real world details don't exist in your fantasy. And therefore, when you try and fulfill that fantasy, the details of the real world will take the shine off the way that the fantasy works, the way that the fantasy plays out in your head. Because when you experience something in your mind, you don't need those little details. So when those little details are there, you are immediately like, something's wrong, something's off, so something's not right here. There are 4 lights, good reference. VPNs make things easy to exist. Yeah, but they're already locking down on VPNs. They're already locking down time. Yeah, Bellula normally does World of Warcraft news, yeah, but has for some reason done Valve is no longer. In fact, I can literally link you the video that I watched earlier today in case people are interested. That was the person who stated that or cited that back in 2018, Steam were like, yeah, we're not going to cow down to the requests of payment processing providers. Definitely not. And subsequently have, because of course they have. Now, payment processing providers, as I have mentioned before we get into the in fact, you know what? No, let's go on to where this all really started. This all really started with, as I said, an Australian company called the Collective Shout. They're called Collective Shout. There we go. This is one of their articles where they started by campaigning against a game called No Mercy. Okay? No Mercy was a particularly brutal game about incest and sexual assault. It was, I don't know whether it says here. No, I had another article, but they've deleted, as we can see here, they've deleted a few of their articles. This was an open letter to payment processors, and I wanted to read that out to you, but that's been deleted. A lot of these things have been deleted. I don't know whether they've been deleted directly because of, or whether they've been deleted in response to the backlash that they have got from all of this. But there's been a fair amount that has been deleted here. Did a really good video on payment processing censorship. Yes, I saw that earlier today. Sir Mowgli, how you doing, buddy? How's it going? Steam did have a bit of a monopoly back then. Yes, yeah, they did, very much so. Check the Wayback Machine. Oh, if I try and do that now, I'm going to get thrown off. If you want to try and check it for me, somebody, and link me to it, I would, or link one of the mods to it so I can pull it up. That would be wonderful. But this is, like, I haven't used the Wayback Machine in years, and I'm very careful not to get off my flow here. Do you know what I mean? You might be able to take it from the, Internet Archives and stuff like that. Can you DM me the link? I'll see if I fish it out. Yeah. By all means. There we go. Up. Thanks, Finley. Have you got the link to the open letter there? Yeah, we can definitely permit you there. Permit, would ya? We won't go into it until the ads are finished. Thank you very much for the thingies. Ads, put me on the bloody mirror. I can certainly do that. Thank you very much for reminding me. Biohazard. Biohazard, I should now inscribe your name on the tier 3 Mirror of Vein. Ooh, hello. If I can actually write. By having your name on the tier 3 Mirror of Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat. That's for tier 4 subscribers only. And, of course, the access to the emotes, including the tier 2 Pokemon emotes and the tier 3 cursed emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in your tiny little tier 3 mirror and go, God, I wish they'd bring around cloning. So when someone says, go fuck yourself, I literally could. Ooh, harra, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? Yeah, now, you cheeky devil. That was literally the link that Oh, that's interesting. Thank you very much for sending that over. That is the exact same link as the one that wasn't working for me. That's really weird. The letter is still there. I'm sending you the print screens. It's okay. I've literally just reopened it and it's there now, which is odd. But okay. I mean, we'll jump back into it. We'll jump back into it. Thank you very much, Semba. I don't know what was going on there, but thanks very much for trying to send that through. This is it. So win. Oh, they might have changed it because they added the word win, and suddenly that changed the entire dynamic. Maybe. The new policy on Steam and rape and incest game removed. Major win for women and girls, which we will. I mean, well, I'll go into the about section of Collective Shout in a minute because that's a whole thing. But major win for women and girls following our successful campaign and 70,000 people signing the petition to get the rape simulation game No Mercy pulled from the gaming platform Steam. We discovered almost 500 other games depicting rape, incest, sexual torture, and child abuse, which I am not going to deny that there are a fair amount of those games on there. I have unwittingly played a fair amount of games that definitely include rape, and in 2 occasions include child abuse. And I have reported them. I have reported those games. Because anything, especially anything that includes this, anything that includes that should not exist. Or anything that includes that in a sexual capacity should not exist. Oh God, let me be very, very, very clear about my wording. Anything that includes child sexual abuse in a visually graphic manner that is set out for the intentions of sexual gratification should not exist. For it is illegal. Child pornography is illegal, and that would fall into child pornography. The reason why I am very, very specific about my wording is because I know full well that games exist that have a subject matter, not a graphic, anything you see, but a subject matter of this having happened to one of their characters as part of a way of telling the overall story. This has happened to a certain character. This is the reason why that character does X, Y, or Z, for example. You don't see anything, but it is like, okay, that character has had a history of this. Now, the way, I'll get onto that in a minute. But yeah, for the purposes of sexual gratification, and the pornography element of it, this shit shouldn't exist. Collective Shout is not on way back. That is weird. Oh, that is weird. The fact that it says win for you, but it just says open letter for me is interesting. Oh, okay, that's interesting. What I find weirdly weird is that instead of asking for more rigorous limits, they want to block the entire platforms. Feels like overkill. There is an answer for that, Mr. and Mrs. Crafting. I'm not gonna. I will be as honest and open in every way, shape, or form that I can be. The rigorous limits, or the way that, having looked into the Collective Shout, I can't remember which one of these tabs is open, but having looked into Collective Shout before, the reason that they said that they went to the payment processing providers was specifically because they had emailed and reported a lot of these games directly to Steam, and Steam weren't doing anything about it. And I will say that the games that I have reported to Steam that specifically include child abuse in a pornographic fashion have not been removed from Steam. And do you know what? Still haven't been removed from Steam. Even though what was it? So we worked out it was like 200 to 250 games have been deleted off Steam. Those games still exist on there. There's one vibe I can think of immediately because it was the first one that I came across where I was like, fucking what? This is fucking vile. And I reported it immediately, and that game still exists on Steam. So I can understand, like, I'm not saying I agree with it, but I can say that I understand if you literally are reporting games that are genuinely illegal, that contain illegal, immoral subjects like this, then and you're getting nowhere with the corporation Steam, with Valve. I can understand why they would escalate it to a payment processing providers. I can understand the thought process there, 110%. But it all started with their No Mercy. I don't know whether, yeah, okay, so no, they've changed this. They've changed the letter that. Oh no, this was the open letter. There we go. So this was the way that No Mercy was described. Now I'm going to give a trigger warning here, friends. Trigger warning that the description of the game is quite visceral. So please be aware if this is a point where you want to get up and go make a cup of tea. I can completely understand. Okay? So this was for No Mercy, which was available on Steam at one stage. It's like, in this game, you'll either become every woman's worst nightmare, or rather, the best dick they'll ever have. Your goal is simple. Leave no pussy non-fucked. Since that's the only thing they all want. Never take no for an answer. Fuck your mum, fuck your auntie, and even fuck your friend's mum. Why not? Take what's yours and show no mercy. Which, even now, it's just fucking, I hate it. I hate it so much. So I completely understand. This is where it began. All right, this is where it fucking began. And I will say that when I actually found out about this specific story, like months ago when it first came about. So no, this was the open letter, but this was like the actual thing was like a couple of months ago. This all happened a couple of months ago, and I remember reading an article, reading that statement, and being like, good, absolutely good, 100%. I'm glad that they got that banned. The from, does it say here? In the game, players assume the persona of a man who rapes his female family members, including his mother and his aunt, as punishment for his mother's infidelity. Yeah, so his mother was cheated on his dad, presumably, and that's where it goes, okay? Yeah, it created an uproar a few months ago. Yeah, that's exactly when I found out about it, initially. And I was like, I read an article, read that description, and was like, good, 100%. I'm glad that they got that deleted. That sounds fucking vile. So I can understand where it originates. They then proceeded to target. They listed there. They saw 500 other games that included sexual assault, that included incest, and included sexual torture and child abuse. And they then listed an open letter, and they got just over 1,000 letters to Visa and MasterCard was the two that they targeted. Van is going to need mental bleach after this. So Didymus, I will openly say that I like to be kept up to date with things like this so that I can give good information when people ask me about it. I don't like to consume this content by any stretch of the imagination, but I know it's stuff that people will ask me about. So I like to keep ahead of the curve, as it were, you know? It disgusts me that the people who thought that it would be a good idea to even make the game is not surprising, but it's disgusting. I I know there will be a fair amount of new people here, but I will openly say that I play not safe for work games. I play games on a site called the Questionable Game Emporium, and I review them from a sex education point of view. In those games, there is definitely one of them that I got sent for free, and it was like, hey, would you review this game? And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll review the game. And it was a game that included incest. And as you will see with me playing the game, I'm like, what the fuck is this? It's not declared within the game or within the amount of game that I played. I only played like an hour of it. And then I was like, I can't play any more of this. It wasn't declared whether they were stepmothers, stepsisters. That is a very big category on porn sites where it's like, oh, it's the stepmother, it's the forbidden fruit. Oh, I fantasized about my stepmom for all these years and stuff like that. That wasn't like dictated. So I was just like, that's not okay. Do you know what I mean? Please tell me you have a way to decompress after a day like this. Yeah, I'm actually very good at compartmentalizing. Said Didymus, I'm quite good at being like, okay, that's that in that box, and that can just be elsewhere now. That can just, I can put that away and go on and do other bits and pieces. I also have 1,040 bags of Yorkshire tea. Yeah, 100%. For moments like this, for sure. Sounds like they're saying we want to censor A and B, and you're saying you can censor A but not B. How do you draw that line? Well, the line should be drawn with what is dictated as illegal. Now, I fully understand that the dynamic of CNC exists. And this is where we're going to be. No, that's all right, Jamjar. You do your thing. CNC is consensual, non-consensual. It is the fantasy of sexual. Well, in some cases, CNC broaches the fantasy of sexual assault, which is between consenting adults. On that, there is the dynamic that rape games, for example. I'm not talking about incest, the torture, or child abuse at the moment. I'm just talking about the rape games. They can fulfill a fantasy of consensual non-consent. Oh my god, fuck off. Without anybody, like, without the need for other people, if that makes sense, you know? The consent's not illegal here in the US because it's not real. There are laws. I think, is that not state-based? I know that they were rolling out in regards to AI-generated content that involves that revolves around people under the age of 18, even though it's AI generated, because that has been a big thing since the whole AI thing, and we're not going to get into that now because I have got so much to talk about on this, and that is a much bigger conversation around AI and AI generated content and the rights for people to have rights over their own aesthetics and stuff like that. But it is but I will say that AI generated content is not illegal everywhere. Not even that type of AI generated content. There is little that is universally illegal. Yeah. And let's just, that's kind of my point, because it is illegal isn't a valid line. Being gay was illegal for a long time. Yeah, but what and do you know what? Being gay is illegal in some countries. I'm saying that the line has to be, and I'm not saying it's the right thing or the wrong thing. I'm saying it has to be what is legal. So what I'm arguing is that in situations like this, the example you gave there, yeah, it was they're saying A and B shouldn't be allowed on the platform, but I'm saying A shouldn't be allowed, but B is okay. And the answer is where's the line? And I think the line has to be where it is illegal. So in the UK, certain things are illegal that are not illegal in America. or not illegal in Australia. Therefore, it should be down to Steam. Steam need to fucking do some extra work here. Valve need to do some extra work and be like, cool, we are going to look deeper into the games that we put on our platform. And I know that's hard. I know that comes down to like reporting issues and stuff like that, or at least have more team dedicated to investigating the reports that are put out there, so that the stuff that is illegal in this country is not accessible to the people in the UK, for example. Does that mean that there will be certain things that I think should be illegal? Does that mean there are certain things that I feel should be accessible to me because of, I don't know, like the fucking kinks that I have got, but it happens to be illegal, or certainly was illegal at one stage in the UK? Like, is there crossovers there? 110%. But I think it needs to be down to where the games are sold. The limiting factor is the boundaries of law. It has to be the boundaries of law. Steam already has regional restrictions on the marketplace, and yet we're in a situation like this. Trying to understand, not all into gaming at all. Hold on, let me scroll up a wee bit. In this context, what is the difference between like games like Grand Theft Auto, where you do many illegal things, and games with the content in question? Good question. American money do that because money. Do you see, Kino Wolfie? I disagree, and the reason why I disagree is because payment processing providers flex their morality all the time. They do have country based content filters, but I think my point is that if something is reported, like I have reported games for containing child abuse in a pornographic manner, Steam haven't done anything about it. Most people can see that one is fun and the other is immoral, yeah. But it's where do you draw that line legally, I suppose. If the game featured content that is illegal in 49 states but not illegal in Mississippi, then go to Mississippi to play it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think that's the only line that can be drawn. If the law doesn't set the line, who does? The mod that's the most violent. I mean, that's where the law has to set the line. But then it goes into the law of, then it goes into the question of artistic rights, as it were. So for example, I think that's where, okay, there's the answer to the question, I think, Authenticator. It would follow the same legal rights as other media. So movies, TV shows, books, etc. They are allowed to talk about these things without being explicitly there for it. So for example, taking I hate to have to keep coming back to child abuse, but to take that into consideration here, because it's the best example you can give. TV shows, movies, books can all talk about it, can all have it as a part of the content of the series that they are doing for storytelling purposes, but it's not there for pornographic purposes. And I think that's like where the line would be. Legally, as with all media, if it's not there for glorification, yeah, if it's there for storytelling purposes and not there for sexual gratification purposes, then it should be okay for storyline purposes. But games themselves have not been declared illegal. No. But the same rule applies for the same rule applies for other media. Take the movie Leon. The book and the movie Leon. It's a story about an assassin and a little girl, and it has a lot of themes in there that are morally not okay. But that isn't illegal because of the dynamic and the way that it is portrayed. It is not portrayed as a sexual gratification thing. It is portrayed as part of the storyline. It's part of the reasons why these characters do these things. It has an integrated dynamic there, you know? Whereas something that is far more for the gratification, the glorification, the sexual gratification would be illegal, if that makes sense. With books, films, TVs, does have a disclaimers help. Does having disclaimers helps. I read that a book has a disclaimer about subject matter. Yeah, sometimes. I would also say that a lot of the not safe for work games that I play have disclaimers at the beginning of them, especially when it comes to something like hentai games, for example. They will have a disclaimer because, especially with hentai, it's usually hard to tell, like, what is the actual age of that person because of the style of the animation. So they'll have a statement at the beginning saying everyone that is portrayed, every character that is portrayed in this game is over the legal age of consent, or 18 years old, or over 21 in some cases, etc. So they have that disclaimer, basically just going, right, just so that everyone's here, everyone's on the same page. This is the go-to disclaimer that covers all of this, you know? I know that you aren't in the States. Just wanted to know if the US Section 230 is a question here. I don't know what that section is, I'm afraid, Daha. I'm unfamiliar with it. Would that also be the kind of book like Lolita? Fucking hell. Yes. Yes. Fuck, you have thrown a curveball at me there, Aristotle. I haven't thought about that book since I was fucking 16 years old. Wow. Yeah, Girl with the Dragon Tattoo is another pretty good example, except in those stories she's 24. Morally and legally inappropriate situations, but it's part of the storytelling. Yes. And I think the same rules should any rules, any legal rules that any legal and moral rules that apply to media in general, movies, TVs, books, cartoons, should apply to games in exactly the same way. It makes sense to lump them all together.
Hand it to my ego.
You know?
Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Historically, each media type has experienced their own moral panic. The Hays Code restricted TV and movies hugely, and that was self-imposed by the industry. Give them time. Once they've sanitized gaming, they'll move back through the media types.
Yeah, probably. I think the dynamic here is where this censorship came from and what it means, because I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. And also, thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. I appreciate that, Razala. I appreciate that. Homonyms. Hello, you beautiful being. How's it going? I'll get your name right eventually. Isn't that a vague line? How do you define something for the gratification in a court of law? Would the movie Crash be defined as photographic because it has some very sexual scenes, even though no explicit nudity in it? I don't know the movie Crash, so I couldn't speculate on that one. I understand that it's a gray area, but it is also a gray area that needs to be dictated by courts of law and Valve. They need to step up. If they rely on the flagging of these games, if they rely on censoring games or deleting games based on the reporting system, then their reporting system needs to be better. Because the reason why this has escalated, just to bring it back around again, the reason why this has escalated to the degree that it has escalated is because they didn't. Collective Shout reported, as they claim at the very least, they reported up to 500 games to Steam, and Steam didn't do anything about it. So they went, cool, we're going to take it to the next step. And I can say that is something that I have also experienced. I have also reported a game multiple times, and nothing has been done about it. Definitely getting lost in the legal weeds here. Understandably. For me, a lot of the collective shout stuff is very hypocritical, and I'll talk about that in a moment because I think it's important to talk about the hypocrisy that comes with this specific group. How's it going, Greater? How you doing? Seems a little heavy for a Monday. What are we up to? We're talking about the censorship of Steam and itch.io, which we'll talk about in a second, but yeah. Protection, but that protection ends once they're aware of illegal content. At that point, they must take it down to maintain their protections. Yeah, but they don't. That's the problem. Problem with mainstream movies and such is that they take a lot of money and time and effort to make, and the channel is very narrow in scope. With games, anyone with a computer can code a game, so structuring that in is a hard way to do. You can only do it through the bigger platforms such as Steam. Yes, but then it's down to Steam to, if Steam are representing those games, just like Twitch and content creation. If a content creator comes onto Twitch, flags themselves as accessible for everybody, doesn't put any of the mature content flags on, and then starts finger blasting themselves to the, like, as a close-up on camera, it's down to Twitch to take action, right? It's down to Twitch, and that'll be reported, that'll be fucking done. Twitch will jump in there, and they'll fucking do something about it. It's in exactly the same way that Steam should be. If somebody reports some stuff, and something, say, gets... If it gets 1 or 2 reports, then I can kind of see why that might, like, hit to the bottom of the line, the queue, the priority list. But if it's getting 10, 20, 30, 100 fucking reports from a variety of different people, then they need to at least investigate it. They need to at least investigate it. You know what I mean? I didn't realize there was a film of Lolita. Problem with the law that every case there's a piece of media has been accused of being pornographic and brought before a court. Judges have made it case by case judgments. Nothing has been enshrined in law because there's so much gray area, and I understand why there's a gray area. Literally, this conversation has been like, oh shit, actually, do you know what? There's a lot of gray area here, 100%. But it is also down to the responsibility of the platform, Steam, to do something about that, as opposed to just ignoring it, which is what they seem to have done. Which is why this has been escalated to payment processing providers. And payment processing providers like to flex their moral muscles. It's up to Twitch to deal with it. If they don't try, then they have legal repercussions. Exactly. So the game is made, approved by everyone in that process. Game is released on the platform. User reports game containing CSAM, which is child abuse. Platform does nothing. Am I getting that right? Effectively, yeah. Yeah, that's where we're effectively at. Yes. Like I said earlier, this feels very overkill, and understanding your explanation from earlier, it's a very knee-jerk reaction. Well, it sounds very knee-jerk, but actually when you're like, okay, first of all, we need to take into consideration the fact that this company, in fact, you know what, where's the Reddit thing? Here we go. People are missing out a lot of information on the Collective Shout. Collective Shout is not only censoring games, they're also massive hypocrites. They effectively bully people into making changes. For starters, they gotta win with no mercy. And off the high of that win, they decided to go after the other 500. Entirely fair. I understand that logic. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I understand it. They then report 500 other games, and nothing gets done about it. They report them again, nothing gets done about it. The only reason, in fact, to my knowledge, to my recollection, and maybe I'm a little bit wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure I'm right, the only reason that Steam took down No Mercy, the game that we were just talking about, the particularly vile, in my personal opinion, a particularly vile game about sexually assaulting your family members, The reason that that got taken down was because of the media coverage it got. Because of the fact that it was very clearly in the public eye. Ignoring the problem seems to be a common problem in a lot of things. It looks 100%. 100%. Yeah, we'll get onto the payment process in a second because it's a bigger thing there. I would like to say that some of the main ones. All right, we'll get onto that bit in a minute. Let's go back to here. Some of the main ones that they did target though, and this is where it gets into the hypocrisy side of things. So the answer is do everything case by case basis. And the only way that they can do that is by the reporting system, but they need to do something with the reporting system. Even if it's just like, okay, we've got a whole load of moderators, tick box exercise. You know, does it contain these things? Yes. Delete it. Payment processing providers should be processing payments. They should have reported Steam to the Australian court, whoever sues them there, because this is not correct place to judge the court. Oh yeah, 100%. And we'll get onto the whole payment processing provider thing in a moment, because that's a much bigger thing to break apart for sure. Question is, how are these games getting approved in the first place? Like, I get the fantasies, but if there's a line, well, they fucking hell. Right, here we go. So first of all, a lot of, to my understanding, and I have not released any games on Steam, okay? To my understanding, a lot of the games that get allowed on Steam, or when a developer, in fact, you know what? Where are, you know, let me find the list. On Steam, there's a list of rules that new Steam distribution guidelines. So there's a list of rules that developers have to adhere by, and it used to be 14 rules, and now it's 15 rules. Well, we're going to talk about this later, but we'll talk about it now because it's been brought up in chat. Excuse me. It used to be 14 rules, and now it's 15 rules. And effectively, it's a self-submission thing. It's like a tick box exercise. When a game gets added onto Steam, there will likely be bots, I would imagine, that may scan games for certain types of content. They may do a spot check, quality assurance check, where they're like, okay, we're going to grab one of the 50 games that has been submitted today, and we'll do a spot check on that one. It is impossible to do a full monitoring system of every single game. 100% impossible to, no, and I get that, Car, but that's why I'm trying to explain. Because if you think of every game being 50 to 100 hours long, let's say average it out, every single game is 50 to 100 hours long. You might get the one or two that are like 4 to 8 hours long, but on average, say 50 to 100 hours long. You are never going to be able to quality assure everything within that, everything within every single game on Steam. So a lot of it comes down to self-declarations by the developers saying, yes, I adhere to all of the rules, and I'll go through the rules in a second. And a lot of it will come down to the reporting system, where people turn around and go, hey, this isn't cool, this needs to be flagged. And then it's up to Steam to take on those reports and do something with them, you know? From what I understand, there are a variety of different things that go into the submissions of games. I don't know them personally because I haven't done it, but from what I understand, there are a few things that go into being able to submit games and stuff like that. And it comes down to like reputation of the industry and stuff like that, which is why you get stuff like, there's a company called Kagura Games, who do a lot of like hentai style games, both of all varieties of hentai style games. I think they might actually be like the publisher for a variety of smaller like indie devs and stuff like that. But regardless, the way that they do games, which is what I think is going to happen a lot now on Steam, is they release a censored game to Steam, and then via their own website have a not safe for work DLC patch that's free. And I can see that happening a lot more across the like this kind of dynamic, which will be you can access the completely safe for work version of the game, which 9 times out of 10 doesn't even make sense because it's missing major context for a lot of these things. And then you have to go to the developer's personal website to download a not safe for work DLC. But my point is that they have a lot of it comes down to like self-decoration and flagging and stuff like that. But evidently, the reporting system in Steam isn't working. And as Lux said earlier, a lot of these problems come from people ignoring the problems. They ignore the problems, hoping they'll just go away, and then shit like this happens. Just put it out there without saying I condemn all those terrible games, just advocating restraint. No, I can condemn those games for the immorality of them, and also condemn censorship because of that, because of the immorality of that as well. Some of the games are made by solo devs, so there's no checks and balances. 100%. I was under the impression that the creators of No Mercy took it down, not Steam. Did that change? I don't know. I actually am not sure about that, Taha. Oh, I did hear something about the fact that they took it down before Steam could do it. They wanted to save Valve from some of the backlash or something like that. I have vague recollections of hearing somebody say that when I was going through all the articles and stuff today. So that might be right, yeah. How's it going, Dean? How you doing? Please be aware, I'm just going to remind everybody now as well, we are talking heavy topics. Check the content warnings that are pinned at the top. We're talking about games that contain all kinds of heavy shit. Generally, games are accepted on Steam, except in very rare occasions. Until now, yeah, until now. Let me try and just sit in a more comfortable position. And a small number of cases where those games have been removed from libraries too. Yes, yeah. And like I said, like the list of games, the list of 250 games is definitely not all of the games that fall within those categories. And like to go back a little bit, where I was talking about the fact that it's not possible to 100% quality assure every single game. The game that I know of, the one that I have reported multiple times because it's still up there, that definitely contains pornographic depictions of children, which is the reason why I fucking reported it. That section is like a side quest that is like really far in the game. I didn't even know it existed, and I seem to remember putting this in my review of it when I was big fucking thumbs down, this isn't okay, fucking report the shit out of this. I didn't even know it existed until after I'd completed the game, because I went through and just did the main quest, completed the fucking game, and then was like, oh, I wonder what else is available so that I can do a proper sex educator's review on this game, see what's going on, see what's happening and what have you. And I found it in the extras. And I was like, are you fucking for real? This isn't okay. What the shit? This is not okay at all. And immediately reported it. What game is this? I kind of don't want to say what it is because I don't want to publicize it, if that makes sense. I'll do you know what, Krusty? I'll DM you it. But we're talking. How you doing, Krusty? Can I get a shout out for Krusty? Because I fucking love Krusty. I was watching Krusty all afternoon today.
Yeah, you subscribed.
Oh, Razar, thank you very much for that. Saw somebody, I knew I saw somebody through my window. It's true, it's me. Peering at you. Oh. This is actually what the you know the bush outside your house? This is actually what it looks like. People go check out Krusty. He completed Grounded today in anticipation of Grounded 2. I had a great time hanging out there. I fucking love Krusty. And I think you, if you enjoy puerile nonsensical bullshit, then you'll thoroughly enjoy Krusty. Krusty, I shall now inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes.
Panda to it, panda to it.
Interruption. Keeping it simple today because of the serious topic.
I appreciate that, Dean. Thank you very much for the 100 little panda rings. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow, you know? That's a nice bush, I know, right? I mean, no. Right? Right, I'm going to whip down again because, again, I'm way behind on chat. But heavy topic like elephants. Yeah, well, we're talking about the censorship of games at the moment. I just, again, for all those people that have just joined us, we are talking about the dynamic of censorship on Steam. We're going to talk about itch.io in a second because of the way that that's been affected. And we've basically just very briefly covered the topic and talked about...
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Say what you will about censorship on Twitch. Removed.
Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings, Razor. I appreciate you. You need to trim that hairy bush. A good pruning is never a bad thing, right? No, good pruning is never a bad thing. Yeah, so we've basically covered the overall topic of the fact that approximately 200 to 250 games have been deleted off of Steam because of pressure put on by payment processing providers. I've briefly talked about my experience with the payment processing providers, and we've briefly talked about Collective Shout, who are the people that started all of this. I am now going to talk about the hypocrisy of Collective Shout, should I say, not Creative Shout. Collective Shout. Collective Shout. They began a little bit of information about them as a people. They began in 2009, where there was a growing concern about the sexualization of children. The Australia Institute had released 2 groundbreaking reports on the issue in 2006. I'm literally reading this from their website, okay? Corporate pedophilia and letting children be children, getting real, the challenging sexualization of girls, the Spinifex Press 2009, followed 3 years later in 2009. Concerned individuals were asking what could be done to address the problem of the sexualization of children. Fully understandable. A cause that I think we can all get behind, you know? The name Collective Shout came as a result of a letter MTR received from Tanya Andrusiak, who had contributed a chapter to Getting Real. The book is a collective shout against the pornification of culture, Tanya wrote. The phrase leapt out, prompting MTR to initiate a new movement. They contacted some like-minded women that she already knew about, and others contacted her about woodwork. Basically, they collectively formed this group for the purpose of battling the sexualization of children and the abuse of women in various different medias and what have you. However, and this is where they began. So this is who they are. That is who they are. They are a company who fight for the rights of women and children. However, their tactics, from everything that I've read, stems further into, like, this isn't all that they've done. They've been around since 2009, and their tactics are bully the fuck out of somebody till they back down, from what I am reading here on Reddit. In fact, I will literally pull it over so that if there's any claims or questions. To start, Collective Shout is not only censoring games. They are also massive hypocrites, and they are effectively bullying people into making changes. Two of the major games, by the way, that they're targeting in this crusade against games is GTA 5, because it contains scenes that abuse women, that you can go around abusing women. I mean, you can go around abusing fucking everybody in GTA 5, but very specifically, they are saying you can go around abusing women and therefore it should be banned. And Detroit Become Human, because it depicts scenes of child abuse and abuse against women. They don't care about the context. They don't care about the storytelling. They don't care about any of these things. All they care about is that it depicts these things and therefore should be banned. Okay? Oh, thank you very much, Alexander. I'm doing my best. Doing my best. It's a heavy topic, and it's definitely a roller coaster. How you doing, Alexander? How's it going? We'll start with the obvious. Everyone knows Collective Shout have been targeting Detroit Become Human for a while. However, what I don't see brought up is the other things that they have done. Firstly, the GTA 5 banned from stores like Target and Kmart in Australia, I believe. Even worse, they also harassed a local bakery that was selling a shirt that said, "We've got the best buns in town," and made them take down the shirt. They also had got an article from Vice removed about Creative Shout's practices. I'm going to talk about this section in a minute. I'm going to scroll down a bit. They pride themselves on defending sexualization of women and girls. And then 5 years ago, yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. Edit. They also got a sex education book removed by abusing the staff at the Big W stores. They made a very big comment about the kind of person Melinda Tankard Rice is, based on one of her books. They started with her publication. She wrote, among other books, The Defiant Birth, Women Who Resist Medical Eugenics. Yeah. Where's the... I'm just trying to surmise all of these things. The founder, Melinda, threatened to sue a blogger that posted about her religious beliefs. Really? These people are religious? Oh, well, this is interesting. And there's a petition that can be signed there about it. Remove the bill because the petition will do more good. Yeah, okay. Right. The big thing here that I find very, very hypocritical is that they actively supported cuties. Collective Shout actively supported the film Cuties. For those people that don't know what Cuties is, because I realize that many people may be out of the loop with that. Cuties was a film that was put up on Netflix, and the idea was the premise of the film was a young Muslim girl who lived in a very strict family and took up street dance as a way of escaping the strict nature of her family life. The way that she did this was because her family obviously banned the street dance. The way that she did this would be by gathering with her friends night times after she'd snuck out of the house and practice there. However, Cuties was in the news a little while ago, very much across the board, very much in hot water because of the blatant sexualization of those children. Those children are between the ages of 11 and 13, if I remember correctly. I saw one scene of the movie and I noped out. I fucking noped out because I literally was like, what's this all about? And somebody had a link to a scene from the movie. So I was like, cool, let me have a look at this scene. What's going on here? Oh my fucking God, no. Where the scene was, they got caught by the security guard of a school where they were dancing. They were practicing their dance routine after, like, they broke into a school after thingies or something like that. They broke into this school and the security guard found them and they had to dance their way out of it. And so the security guard sat on a chair and was basically lap danced by 11 to 13-year-olds until he was convinced to let them stay and do their rehearsals. It was a very provocative. Like I saw maybe 4 seconds of it before I was out. Do you know what I mean? I was just fucking out. I just not okay. But do I have evidence in this thing? There we go. This article from medium.com. Collective Shout, a little screenshot there from their Twitter. QTs, an ethically problematic but powerful protest against the sexualization of girls. So, literally defending a movie that sexualized children and has an issue with Detroit Become Human. Totally normal for a Christian Censor group. Yeah, very much so. They're fine with that, but not GTA 5 or Detroit Become Human. Yes. Yes. Twitch DM. Oh yeah. Okay, that's cool. I thought you were DMing me for a second there. Ethically problematic. Yes, exactly. Lamp. I was like, how you doing, Lamp? How's it going? I think there was a whole TV show, which means even more hours than a movie. Oh, was it? Oh, I thought it was a movie. It was a whole TV show? Oh my god. Yeah. So now that we've highlighted the problematic nature of Collective Shout, we can move on to what that has meant for Steam and itch.io, which is another one there. You just yeah, but you just don't know what my Jesus, like I know my Jesus though. Oh, that is the constant thing. And do you know what? I genuinely feel sorry for other Christians out there who are decent fucking people, because they get lumped in with these people all the fucking time. All the time. Of course, Christian group would support that. Yeah. Cuties was a movie? Okay. I thought it was a movie, yeah. Sounds like my sexualization and abuse of women and girls is okay, but yours is not. Yes. Very much I'm allowed to do this, but you're not allowed to do this scenario. Oh, I don't have that. Ooh. I've just been linked to the response to Collective Shout's. Is this response from Collective Shout? Okay, we'll talk about what happened with Steam first and with itch.io, and then I'll look at the response that they gave. So as I talked about, Steam have deleted 200 to 250 of their games so far. That doesn't mean that they've stopped by any stretch of the imagination. They may be doing more games as time goes on. That's what I want. There's multiple layers of issues here. Oh, massively so. Massively so. Just I read on Wikipedia and Cuties and Yikes. Oh, yeah, it's awful. It's. I mean, from the very little I saw, I read a few articles about it. And saw a few reaction videos of people like literally doing YouTube videos where they were like, don't, I didn't think it could be that bad, and it is that bad. And I was like, and then I saw the link to the one clip from the movie and was like, oh my fucking god, no, that clip alone was more than enough, you know. Hadn't heard of it, so as soon as you mentioned it, I went to have a look and regretted it as you were talking about it. Oh, tinks. People come to my stream because they don't want to curse their own internet search history. Please, let me do it for you, all right? Let me do it for you. I need to zip my mouth a little when it comes to religion, but I find it difficult, especially nowadays. 100% understandable, Fabulous Christy. My view has always been, and it will always be, I have no issue with people's personal faith between them and whatever deity they choose to believe in. I will always have an issue with organized religion because organized religions are systems of control. That's all that they are. Whatever any of you choose to believe, is between you and your God. It's got fuck all, or gods. It's got fuck all to do with me. 100% fuck all to do with me. However, I will always criticize organizations that use religion as a way of pushing power, which they all do. No worries. Thank you very much, Sembar. The movie literally shows 13-year-old giving a lap dance completely fine. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Can't lie, the hypocrisy has made me livid in stating they are a Christian group. I'm Christian, getting lumped in with their sorts of people. Exactly that, Stupidia. Exactly that. And I feel for you. I feel for you because this happens all the fucking time. Because when someone turns around and goes, oh, I'm Christian, immediately everyone thinks about these types of people. They're like, oh, you're one of those types. Fucking hell. Yeah. Dug into it a bit. I know you moved on, but information at all. UK and Canada and Australia pressured Steam into removing the game. Then Zerat, the game creator, said they would remove it from Steam globally, stating that they didn't want to fight the whole world fair. That was for No Mercy. Saw a clip of Cuties, and it was all I needed to know. It was just because movie. Yeah. I literally just bought Detroit Become Human in protest because of because I'm meaning to play it. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's a great game. I know that Alexander Griffin has recently finished it. Yeah. It's a fantastic game. The only thing I knew about Cuties was a weird ass poster that got bashed, but that's about it. Yeah, it was awful. Hope you like it. I think it's a horrible, bad game and a bad story. Oh, you're the only person I've met that disliked it, Sembar, but different strokes for different folks for sure.
Hand it to my ego. Hand to it. Hand it to it.
In some ways, I feel like Collective Shout has been a convenient scapegoat, while MasterCard and Visa return to the shadows and play sock puppets.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but and I agree that they have been given, and they've been given some fucking horrific shit. Like, a lot of people have been issuing death threats and rape threats and all kinds of shit to them because, which is so fucking stupid for two reasons. One, because you should never death threat or rape threat somebody. You should never threaten violence, especially sexual violence, on fucking anybody ever. It is not okay under any circumstances. But in this scenario, it's also particularly stupid. And the reason why is because by issuing those things to a group that have specifically made their entire fucking thing about battling against violence and sexualization of women and children, by issuing those threats, you are giving them fuel to prove to the world that they are right. All of these things, and they've literally got a whole thing here, which I'll show you so that you can see. I'm not going to read any of them out, and I'm going to scroll down pretty quickly. But as you can see, there are a lot of posts.
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you very much for the follow, you beautiful being. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but there's a lot of posts. Yeah, I know the ads are playing at the moment. This is the reason why I'm going through this right now. But there are a lot of posts that are saying some pretty fucking horrific shit to Collective Shout. And the horrific shit that they are saying is giving fuel to Collective Shout, because then they can turn around and be like, see, all of these things are proving that what we did are the right thing. All these misogynistic statements. Can't stick around today, but really like your conversation. Look forward to tuning in for more in the future. Thank you so much, KJ Gaming. Or KJ Games. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Gamer Bros are unhinged? Yeah. Well, I think the thing is, Lamp, it'll be two sets of people that are doing that. One, the people that are genuinely upset and offended that the games that they want to play have been taken off of Steam. Two, the people who turn around and see that and go, oh, you're fighting against sexual assault? Cool, I'm going to threaten you with sexual assault because I know it's going to get to you. If you're fighting against that, then I know that it's something that's going to make you angry, so I'm going to threaten it against you. Those are the two types of people that are going to do that. And honestly, given what I have found out about Collective Shout from the various different things that I have read, it also wouldn't surprise me, and I'm not saying this is definitely true, just covering myself from any slander perspective. I'm not saying this is definitely true, but I am saying that it would not surprise me if some of those were made up. Companies, groups like, not them, but groups like Collective Shout have definitely made up things in the past in order to justify their stances. I'm not saying that's what has happened here. Given the publicity of it, it wouldn't surprise me if every single one of those is genuinely true. But I'm saying if it turned out that some of them were false, it wouldn't surprise me. Does not have to be made up. They can also be self-posted. Yeah. Exactly. So 250 games, 200 to 250 games have currently been delisted off of Steam. I've got the list of delisted games. They've also added an extra rule into their development rules and regulations. So the Steam guidelines for things that you are allowed to, you shouldn't publish on Steam. What you shouldn't publish on Steam. I'll go through each one of these now, and then I'll talk about the new one. Number 1, hate speech, i.e. hate speech that promotes hatred or violence. I'll show you them so we can go through them together. So hate speech, speech that promotes hatred, violence, or discrimination against groups of people based on ethnicity, religion, gender, age, disability, or sexual orientation. 2, nude or sexually explicit images of real people. 3, adult content that isn't appropriately labeled and age-gated. 4, libelous or defamatory statements. 5, content that you don't own or have adequate rights to. 6, content that violates the laws of any jurisdiction in which it will be available. 7, content that is patently offensive or intended to shock or disgust viewers. 8, content that exploits children in any way. So that's already a rule in there. Okay? 9, applications that modify customers' computers in unexpected or harmful ways, such as malware or viruses. 10, applications that fraudulently attempt to gather sensitive information, such as Steam credentials or financial data, e.g., credit card information. 11, video content not directly related to a product that has shipped on Steam. 12, non-interactive 360 VR videos. 13, applications built on blockchain technology that issues or allows exchange of cryptocurrencies or NFTs. 14, applications with advertising-based business models. Okay. So there are many, many games that fit into 7. Yes. Yeah, I agree with you, Combatant, to be honest with you. But these are the 14 that were there for all developers that had to agree that they were not going to infringe any of these things. And the new one, 15, content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by Steam's payment processors and related card networks and banks or internet network providers. In particular, certain kinds of adult-only content. That is a hugely problematic word. That is a hugely problematic word. My ass may violate, yeah. Such a loose statement. That could mean anything. Written in blind panic by lawyers under pressure. Yeah, I think so, yeah. I'd say, do you know what? I don't know whether that would even be written by lawyers, to be honest with you. That could just be a PR employee. I honestly am not entirely sure. But that is a hugely problematic statement. May means that they have carte blanche to delete anything. Anything they want. because it's not even content that content that violates the rules set but like anything that they want may violate the rules set forth by Steam's payment processors. Oh, I don't like this one. Yeah, we'll just delete it. Let me scroll up a wee bit because somebody said something. Please. Also, Visa, MasterCard, in my opinion, how capitalism is and how capitalism functions, they are most likely trying to save their asses to make sure that they don't lose any of their money. I think they're trying to save their profit and numbers from falling more than anything. I disagree. I know where you're coming from with that, and in certain things, I can understand where that comes from. So, like, when payment processing providers flex their muscles on Patreon, on OnlyFans, on Fansly, those three in particular, I think that there was there was certainly an influence of risk factor, because sex work, generally speaking, sex work is a high risk. Sex work is a high risk industry. And what I mean by high-risk industry, I mean there are likely going to be more chargebacks or people trying to claim that they didn't spend that money than most other industries. Oh, Razor, yeah, I'll get on that one, I'm sure. If not today, then at some stage for sure, because that boils my piss. But the... What I was saying, yeah, but in this scenario, with the amount of money that Visa and MasterCard make, I think it's entirely down to good Christian values. And I'd say that loosely. I think it comes down to public opinion and what they think they should do. This is not, by any stretch of the imagination, the first time that a payment processing provider has flexed their moral muscles. We disagree with that, so we're not. So you need to do what we say. The whole thing with OnlyFans, where they literally were like, we're no longer doing any not safe for work content, was specifically because of the fact that payment processing providers went, hey, we don't like the fact that you're doing porn anymore. The whole thing with Fansly that's happened recently, as Razor recently said, about the fact that they've banned furry content. They've banned fully grown adults dressed as furries because payment processing providers consider it to be bestiality. That's got nothing to do with the money. That is entirely down to them just flexing because they can. May doesn't hold up in court. But again, back to my previous statement, damned man. Who's going to have the money to fight them? Who has the money to turn around to Steam and Visa and MasterCard and be like, hey, I'm going to see you in court? I've been lurking, but I would like to add my 2 cents on religious groups. I was raised Mormon, realized how shitty the environment was, and transferred to the Satanic Temple. I believe that religion, faith, etc. are necessary for so many people. People deserve to have hope for whatever they believe, and whether or not they believe in deities they believe in. Organized religion is okay if they are all that they are doing is providing that hope. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I disagree to a certain point. I understand where you're coming from. And you know what? I very much appreciate what the Satanic Temple does in regards to standing up against other religions. Yeah. But I don't like religions. I don't like organized religions. Faith is a completely different thing. But I personally am not a fan of organized religions because I don't like the sway of control the blind faith that they frequently instill in people. Once they begin to display cultish behavior, they lose all credibility as a religious institute and become a corporation for personal gain. Yes, but that's the vast majority of religions that are out there are exactly that. Exactly that. The usage of may is to say that it is at the request from the payment processors and their actions. taken in the expediency to avoid issues with said payment processors and based on trust with the payment processor, not verification of the infraction. Basically, they aren't your lawyer and will not go to bat on your behalf against the payment processor providers. Yeah, 100%. But they also, because of the looseness of the wording, they have the ability to take anything down. And this isn't just Steam, as we're about to jump into, have a look at itch.io. Itch.io published this 24th of June, so 4 days ago. We have de-indexed all adult not safe for work content from our browse and search pages. We understand this action is sudden and disruptive, and we are truly sorry for the frustration and confusion caused by this change. Recently, and I would like to point out that I saw in another one of the videos I was watching earlier, that when they say de-indexed all adult not safe for work content from our browse and search pages, they are talking about over 20,000 games. If I remember correctly, the figures that I got given earlier, there were 28,000 games on itch.io available for public purchase. There are now 7,000. It was like 21,000 games that were de-indexed. Recently, we came under scrutiny from our payment processors regarding the nature of some content hosted on itch.io due to a game titled No Mercy, which was temporarily available on itch.io before being banned back in April. The organization Collective Shout launched a campaign against Steam and itch.io directly concerning our payment processors about the nature of certain content found on both platforms. Our ability to process payments is critical for every creator on our platform. To ensure that we can continue to operate and provide a marketplace for all developers, we must prioritize our relationship with the with our payment partners and take immediate steps towards compliance. This is a time-critical moment for itch.io. Situations have developed rapidly, and we had to act urgently to protect the platform's core payment infrastructure. Unfortunately, this has meant it was not realistic to provide creators with advance notice before making this change. We know this is not ideal, and we apologize for the abruptness of this change. We are currently conducting a comprehensive audit of all content to ensure that we can meet the requirements of our payment processors. Pages will remain de-indexed as we complete our review. Once this review is complete, we will introduce new compliance measures for not safe for work pages. This will include a new step where creators must confirm that their content is allowable under the policies and respective payment processors. The policies of the respective payment processors linked to their account. Part of this review will see some pages being permanently removed from itch.io. Affected accounts will be notified via their account's email address from our support address. You can reply to that email if you have any follow-up questions. We ask for your patience and understanding as we navigate this challenging period. I am sorry that we cannot share more at this time as we are still getting a full understanding of the situation ourselves. We will post a follow-up on our blog of the situation if the situation changes. Thank you. At least they were being a bit more honest about it. At least they were a bit more honest about it, where they were literally being like, we have no choice. We have to do this because otherwise they'll shut us down. Or they'll shut down all payments to our site. I would imagine that most of these people are looking at alternate payment processing providers. Payment processors should not be getting the moral standard. I could not agree more. Could not agree more. But yeah, 21,000 games, to my understanding, 21,000 games have been de-indexed from itch.io. This is further problematic. This is actually more problematic than it gives here. And the reason why that is because when they say they've de-indexed all adult not safe for work content, they're not just talking about sex games. They are not just talking about sex games. They are literally talking about everything that contains adult, not safe for work content, drug abuse, domestic violence, torture. Anything that was flagged as not safe for work, which is not just adult sex games, was de-indexed. The further issue to this is there have been reports that a lot of the games that have been de-indexed, and bearing in mind this was, I'm not saying this is the right or wrong thing, I'm saying this is what happened. Itch.io have very openly said, we have done this very rushedly. As we have read there, it's like, we have done this in a rush because we needed to comply to the payment processing providers. But one of the things here that I have heard, I haven't confirmed, but one of the things that I have heard here is that it's also de-indexed a lot of LGBTQIA games. Which is where a lot of these things tend to lead. It confirmed. There we go. Thank you very much, Razotta. It's been confirmed. 3 creators who lost access to their games and accounts on itch.io. Yeah. So this is a recurring theme when it comes to censorship. It starts with pornography. It starts with sex work. And it nearly always leads to censorship of the LGBTQA. And then on to the next minority. Because I would imagine, given this day and age, I would imagine it'll start with sex games, move on to trans games, then move on to the LGBTQA. Or the rest of the LGBTQA. I would imagine. That tends to be the way they start. I'm not saying that is what's going to happen, but I'm going to say that given the way that censorship has worked throughout history, that is the way it tends to happen. My view on religion is most politely covered with the quote, "It isn't enough to see that garden is beautiful without having to believe that there are fairies at the bottom of it." Yeah. Is the flip side of the ESG scores? What are the ESG scores, please, Dan man? Can't buy beer with your credit card because we believe it's bad for you. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, that was the prohibition stuff that happened in America in the 20s and 30s. And look at how that didn't go well. That just didn't fucking happen. People just used to go to the old speakeasies and stuff, you know? Seem control their marketplace, and at the end of the day, they can pick and choose. Yes. Yeah. Wonder if Valve make enough money to be their own payment processing provider? No. To my knowledge, they don't. I did look up payment processing providers, and there are a fucking load of them. But Visa and MasterCard aren't even the big ones. Which actually blew my fucking mind. When I looked up like the top payment processing providers in the world, Visa and MasterCard weren't even in the list. I was quite shocked, to be honest with you. But I think Stripe was number 7. They're the only ones that I alternately knew. Agree personally. I'm going to skip by all of the organized religion stuff because I'm trying to talk about this stuff. Not that your opinions are invalid in any way, shape, or form. I'm just trying to not focus on religion. Going after the payment processor because no one else seems to be listening. I understand, but to the extent of the sites. Well, this is the thing. So what Razotta said earlier about Collective Shout being the scapegoats for this. Collective Shout have opened the door by speaking to the payment processing providers. And them opening the door, which is the reason why I don't consider them scapegoats by any stretch of the imagination. They were the ones that opened the door. And by them opening the door, they have allowed the payment processing providers to march in and be like, all right, let's do what the fuck we want. De-index is a sort of poor selection of words. Many games are just gone. Can't even be accessed if you have the direct link. Yeah. Which is interesting because I've actually been keeping an eye on my own list of games. Because obviously, with the Questionable Game Emporium, I play a lot of not safe for work games, or I have played a lot of not safe for work games. I will openly say the vast majority of them are pretty shit. Occasionally you get a good one, but the vast majority of them are pretty shit. But I've kept an eye, and I haven't lost a single game to my knowledge. Maybe one. But that was only because I saw it in the list earlier. Welcome back, Giles. How you doing? Yeah, religion stuff. Itch.io might not recover from this. Good question. Thank you very much for reposting that, Zemba. I honestly don't know. Is the answer to that question. Going from 28,000 games to 7,000 is a massive dip. And I will also say that the vast majority of itch.io's repertoire is indie devs who frequently have a very low price for their games. I've got a fair amount of games from itch.io. I like itch.io for two reasons. One, because you can download the game. You download it onto your fucking computer, which means that they can't take it from your library like Steam does. Steam gives you the license to a game, which means that they can remove it anytime they fucking want. Itch.io, they send you a copy of the game and you download it onto your computer. That's the way that they work, which I like. Two, the fact that there's a lot of indie devs. And three, the fact that they do usually have like a minimum buy thingy. So they're like, okay, we're selling this game for like $8. You can choose to pay it. And in some cases, you don't even have to pay that. Some of them are like, no, skip it. I just want to download it for free. You know, so you can get free games off itch, or you could get free games off itch.io, or pay what you want, pay what you can, pay what you're able to, you know. That is an option for a lot of itch.io games, and I've very much appreciated that. Drug abuse is such a sketchy term. Yeah, well, it's anything that was flagged not safe for work. So with itch.io, it's anything that was flagged not safe for work. So if it included anything that had not safe for work content you could not access at work, then it was de-indexed. Or, as the case, as we found out, is just gone. What do you mean? The right move was going to the police. Payment processors are not a legal entity and should not be able to enforce anything payment processing. Yes, I agree. Completely and utterly. And there are... Do I have the list? No, I don't. There are petitions going out to sign to basically make it a legal requirement so that payment processing providers become like a water provider or an energy provider, where it's like it's a legal right that a consumer has to be able to spend their money where they want. And if they get caught in illegal stuff, then that's on them, not the payment processing provider. They should not have any right to be able to dictate what a consumer does with their money. Not just delisted. If you had any game that got targeted, all your funds got frozen. Yes, that is the other side of things. Yeah, if you the way that itch.io work is if you have your game delisted, as they say, as I learned earlier today, so say I was a dev and I got a game on itch.io and it got delisted, not only would they delist my game pending investigation, whatever that means, they would freeze my account. So I wouldn't be able to upload anything new. I wouldn't be able to access any of the money that I'd made from that account, from that game's selling, until such a time as the investigation had been finished. Which, going full circle all the way back to the fucking beginning of this conversation, I have had personal experience where a payment processing provider has made a third party freeze my account, meaning that they don't necessarily, if it turns out that these, I'm spitballing here, and again, not to put myself in any slanderous position, based on my own experience and my own opinions, I could see a situation where a payment processing provider turns around and says, hey, that game on itch.io is not okay, it infringes our policies, we don't want that person being paid that money. And it's not like an indie dev is going to have them fucking money to battle against Visa or MasterCard. Not just that game, all the games you made Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
Casamus! You beautiful being! Whoop. I shall now inscribe a name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not upon Snapchat. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes with the most important thing. The most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy, ooh, yes, meow, you know? Cheeky devil. Will you do the fandango? That's the question. The only way. The only way. Yeah, after the LGBTQ, either disability or racial. Yeah. There's always a path of these things, which is the reason why there is such a big fight against these things. ESG is sought for environmental, social, and governance. Okay, so basically all the things that believe to be good for the environment and society that groups want to fund. It would make sense if there would be a version of that is anti-porn. Won't go into it fully because it gets very political. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. There's a lot of groups like that start that way. In fact, there's a lot of groups that start. You're right. I can't really go into it without getting too political because there's a lot of groups that start with being like, we're here for the benefit of women. Do you know what the quick thing there will be? The TERF groups. Quick example, TERF groups. The amount of TERF groups that are out there being like, we're here for the protection and the safety of all women, when all of the money that they put is into anti-trans stuff. They don't put it into any of the funds about like supporting the survivors of rape and sexual abuse. They don't put any of their funds into targeting the perpetrators of rape and sexual abuse. They only ever put it into anti-trans stuff, for example. Australia's about to ban AI tools. Have anything yet? No, I can understand that. Been banning games for years. It's a slippery slope. It certainly is. I think the reason why this is so big is because it's gone global, Midgarder. It isn't just a case of banning a game in Australia. It's a case of banning games off of the platform as a whole because they got payment processing providers involved. And payment processing providers are fucked. They are fucky. They very much flex their moral muscles wherever the fuck they want. Glad I bought a physical copy of Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, 100%. That is definitely one that would fall into this purview. You know? I think Larian is fairly safe. The thing about the thing that you will usually find in situations like this is the fact that Detroit Become Human won't be under threat. It won't be under threat. And Baldur's Gate 3, I would be surprised, is under threat. And the reason why is because those companies have the money to legally battle it. Especially for something like Baldur's Gate 3, because of how much of a fucking success it is. Those companies will turn around and be like, no, we're going to take this to court. I hope that Baldur's Gate 3 gets hit because I want to see Larian fight this. Yeah, I get it. 100%. It's one of those situations where it's like, I'm surprised they haven't already gone for Baldur's Gate 3. But if they do, that might be the reason why they haven't gone for Baldur's Gate 3. So GTA 5, because GTA 5 only got hit in Australia, I think that's the reason why it wasn't bigger news. I think if they went for GTA 5 across the board to ban it outright, then Rockstar would step in because of how big GTA is. You know? This is interesting. Part of the source of this was because the US Supreme Court refused to dismiss the case against Visa that was brought by a woman claiming that Visa was knowingly facilitating the distribution of CP on Pornhub, and that the porn Visa decided to make Visa decided to make war on anything related to sex work. They claim this is because it's condemned trafficking and CSAM and exploitation. Yeah, that is where it usually starts. That is where it usually starts. These things always, always, always start with protect the children. Because everybody can get behind protect the children. Because we all agree children should be protected. They should be protected. Completely and utterly. Nobody disagrees with that. Nobody should disagree with that. The question is how. And 9 times out of 10, these groups start with protect the children. And at the same time, they're like, and then we've got all of these things that we're ready to do under the guise of protect the children. Every fucking time. They don't give a shit about protecting the children. Yeah, right, lose with ace. I'm jealous, couldn't get my grabby hands a good catch. This purview, my lordy. I'm very sure that the physical ducks are... Oh, right, okay, yeah, Bell's great to do. I wasn't saying that it started with protect the children. I was saying that it started was because Visa said protect us from the government so we don't lose money. Oh, okay. That, again, doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all. But if it's not safe for kids, it might not be safe for adults too. Yeah, well, to be honest with you, even then, I don't think... to take a generalized statement here, take like the anti-gun laws in America. I'm not even going to go into it, but you know what I'm on. You know what I'm talking about. Everyone here pretty much agrees with me. Do you know what I mean? It's like the anti-gun laws in America. They give a shit about protecting children from drag queen storytellers, but they don't give a shit about stopping mass shootings. It's got nothing to do with protecting the kids. It never fucking does. It never fucking does. Anyway, swiftly moving on.
You subscribed. Most kind.
How's it going, Classic Junk? Hey, hi. Hey, hi. How's it going? We are very, very deep today, Classic Junk. It's I'm not even through it. I'm not even through it yet, but it's getting quite deep. It's a deep conversation. It's a good conversation. It's a conversation that needs to be had, but it is deep. I am now inscribing your name on the mirror vein. Can I get a shout out for Classic Junk as well, please? By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But God damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, me. Yeah, you know? You know? Thank you very much. People go check out my dear friend and housemate, Classic Junk. The glorious Classic Junk. We were hanging out today, watching him play Mineral Defense. Very chill, relaxing game. Something to zen out to while I was getting on with some work. You know? Hope we're as well as can be in this mad, mad world. Yeah, doing all right, doing okay. Right, I've talked about itch.io. I've talked about the collective shout. Talked about the hypocrisy. I'm not going to go into that right now. Talked about the delisted games. Talked about that. Okay. Right. What I'm going to do now that we've talked about itch.io's response and Steam's response to it, we're going to talk about... John, let's do collective shouts response first. And this is the first time that I'm reading this, so we're going to read it together. We're going to read it together. Okay? So, the Steam campaign timeline. In response to the false claims and misinformation about our campaign, we are setting the record straight. Some have asked why we involved payment processors, and others have claimed we are responsible for itch.io removing all not safe for work content. We raised our objections to rape and incest games on Steam for months, and they ignored us for months. We approached payment processors because Steam did not respond to us. We called on itch.io to remove rape and incest games that we argued normalized violence and abuse of women. Itch.io made the decision to remove all not safe for work games. Our objections were to content that involved sexualized violence and torture of women. Is that the whole statement? And they posted it on Facebook? Oh. I was expecting more than that. I know that they have already made their they have already misgendered quite a few people that are disagreeing with them, that are fighting against them, because there are a few women out there that are talking on Twitter. I don't tend to go on Twitter, but I have for research purposes of this, who are talking on Twitter being like, hey, this isn't okay, what you're doing isn't okay. Yes, sexualization, the sexual violence against women, etc., is not okay, but what you're asking is censorship, blah, blah, blah. Talking about all the points that we've talked about today, you know, and disagreeing with them, and still Collective Shout are talking, are saying that it's men that are always arguing against them, because a woman would never argue against them, heaven forfend. So they're doing that, but they've also made all of their profiles private, to my knowledge, or certainly have on Twitter. They've made their profile private because they aren't dealing with the backlash very well, which I can understand, especially given the hypocrisy that is coming out with stuff. One of the main people is this person called Madam Savvy, who everything I have seen of them has been pretty fucking on point, to be honest with you. But they have made, this is my attempt to map Visa and MasterCard's censorship. In this regard, Collective Shout take ownership of pushing them, but the timeline shows the activity back to 2016 for Visa and MasterCard. This thread will break down segments. Collective Shout and NCOSE are other groups currently labeling all anime and grok anime as childlike in order to get it banned under illegal content. Jesus, I did not know that. I did not know that they were trying to ban anything anime related. Collective Shout labeled me as a man because they claim to be pro-woman and they can't have a woman talking back. Collective Shout does not allow dissent. All views of Melinda most likely belong to all women. Collective Shout chase bakers, ads, clothing, Playboy, charities, Detroit Become Human, GTA 5, perfume, makeup by harassing businesses with emails. But they support Cuties, the 2020, from 2020, the film that actually exploited little girls and saw 650 auditions, which included sexual twerking. I didn't know that either. I did not know this information. 650 children auditioned for Cuties. That's fucking wild. Whoa. They have got, I'm not gonna go through the entire thread, but they have got a lot of, as you can see here, they have got a lot of resources. I'm gonna go through the entire thread myself because I'm interested in it, but I'm not gonna go through it all here and now, because it looks very deep and interesting. And I am all for a good deep dive when it comes to seeing what's going on with payment processing providers. Timelines on their website. So there's a link to their timeline and the Facebook link post. Okay, cool. I'll check that. Oh, so the Facebook isn't privated. I see. Okay. Just wanted them to do exactly what we said, but people took it too far. We're actually the victims here, is what I heard. Not too far from the truth, to be honest with you, Lucifer. Yeah. Crunchyroll is going to be in trouble if they get away. Yep. Well, I don't... You see, this is the thing. When it comes to stuff like big anime companies, they would fight it legally. Could you imagine if they turned around and said, right, the Western world is no longer allowed anime? That just wouldn't fly. Want to get even wilder? Please do. Just throw up my mouth a bit. Yep. So that's a good reaction for it. Parents protect our children. Parents exploit their children for every gain. Yep. This is why I become more entrenched in my views. Understandably. It's that whole thing of what made you more radicalized. Well, reading shit like this makes me more radicalized. I can't give a duck. How you doing? How's it going? Welcome on in. There are still hundreds of child beauty pageants that occur annually in the US, and the children are explicitly sexualized as part. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to get into the child beauty pageant whole thing, Alec, but it is sickening. It is sickening. Do you ever hear a story and every time you find out a new detail, it gets worse? Hashtag cuties. Yes. Oh, God, yes. No worries. You take it easy, Shade. Thank you very much. I have been chatting away for quite a while. There is more stuff here from Savvy. I've seen quite a few things from this individual. I don't know who they are outside of the context of this, but they are very taking an adamant stand against the censorship dynamic, and I appreciate them for that. The last thing I wanted to do was actually show you that. So what this was a clip. Visa response to censoring games. This was a clip. I've actually just taken the screen grab off a freeze frame from this video purely so I can read it for you because I couldn't be bothered to go find it myself. But Walter CS2 with their video Visa responds to censoring Steam games was where I got it from. I will link it in chat so that if you would like to watch the video yourself, you are welcome to do so. You are welcome to do so. But this was Visa's response to the God knows how many emails they got. When from what I saw in this exact video, MasterCard responded, have like a generic response to emails, because obviously a lot of people, not only gamers, but people are standing up against censorship, have emailed both Visa and MasterCard saying, hey, this isn't okay. I'm not all right with what you're doing here. You need to back the fuck off. Like, stay in your fucking lane. You process payments. You shouldn't be able to dictate what we spend our money on. MasterCard seemed to have a generic response, which is, hey, this is being escalated to insert team here. This is being escalated to our customer relations team or what have you, because they're getting so many emails from it. But this was actually Visa's response to emails. Obviously, it's blocked out the name there. But hello, Valen. Thank you for reaching out and sharing your perspective. As a global company, we follow the laws and regulations everywhere we do business. While we explicitly prohibit illegal activity on our network, we are equally committed to protecting legal commerce. If a transaction is legal, our policy is to process the transaction. We do not make moral judgment on legal purchases made by consumers. Visa does not moderate content sold by merchants, nor do we have visibility into the specific goods or services sold when we process a transaction. When a legally operating merchant faces an elevated risk of illegal activity, we require enhanced safeguards for the banks supporting those merchants. For more information on Visa's policies, please visit our network integrity page on visa.com. So, press X to doubt. The major issues I have here, obviously, we do not make moral judgment on legal purchases by consumers. Evidently, they do. Evidently, they do. Otherwise, this entire situation wouldn't be a fucking thing. This entire situation wouldn't be a thing if they didn't make moral judgments on legal purchases. The other thing here, we are equally committed to protecting our legal commerce. If a transaction is legal, our policy is to process the transaction. Everything is legal. All the stuff that's on Steam is legal. In the same way that, like, sure, when it comes down to like the child abuse, the animated child abuse stuff, yeah, that's illegal, 100%, and that should be taken down for in the same way that the AI pornography, etc., is taken down. But when it comes to anything else, including games like No Mercy, much as it disgusts me personally, it's still a story. It still falls within the media okay. It's all legal, and yet their pressure has stopped that. On top of that, this bit. Visa does not moderate content sold by merchants. So they don't even know what people are buying. They have just blanketly put pressure on Steam, being like, get rid of all this stuff. Get rid of anything that revolves around these things. And at the moment, what they've seemed to have gone for is they've targeted incest to begin with. Anything with incest directly in the title, from what we've seen from the list. They will likely continue that. They will likely move to other locales from that. How's it going, Subun? Yep, how you doing? You want to make the alt-right and the LGBTQ forces, the alt-right and the LGBTQ groups join forces, show them cuties. Damn man, that is exactly what's happening over in America with the Epstein files at the moment. I'm not going to go into that, but it is exactly what's happening. It seems to be the only thing, genuinely the only thing, that all sides of the political spectrum can get on board with is standing against child sexual exploitation. Not to be party versus party, but please no. yeah. Lucifer, I disagree with that, but I'm again not going to get into that because of everything that's going on at the moment. But yeah, they can't see what you're buying. Do you know what? That might be the case though, Danae Raven. That might be the case. Because when it comes up on your, like when I buy something off Steam, for example, it comes up in my bank statement as Steam. It doesn't come up with the game, the name of the game that I've bought. It just says Steam purchased. The Steam purchase. So it's good. There is a very good chance that they don't have that information. But if that's the case, then why are they pressuring the way that they are doing, you know? Sounds like there's a See Which American group or group thereof open or own Visa. Visa own themselves. I did look into this. Both Visa and MasterCard are independent companies in and of themselves. They use the same line on Pornhub, say that amateur stuff had to go because the risk might include revenge posting. Yeah. The risk is the other element of it. When legally operating merchants face an elevated risk of illegal activity, an elevated risk. Risk is a very grey area term. Because who is to dictate what that risk is? Stop making these people annoying as... Yeah. As you do, exactly. If they can't see purchases, how can they prevent credit card fraud? Because my card is being used in a market in the USA while I'm also using it in the Netherlands. Ooh, good question. They couldn't see the legality of those purchases, nor could they be able to. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Too far out of those current scope. Okay, thank you very much, Semba. Normally, and I own a Visa card, I will say the website and I can dig deeper and find exactly what I purchased. So when I go onto like my bank and stuff like that, I can usually get the site or the companies that I've purchased through. I can't find out exactly what that thing was. Unless it's something very specific. Like I'll have like an Amazon thing where it's like Amazon. But then I can only find out what it is by going into Amazon and being like, what the fuck did I actually buy? You know what I mean? Just did a search and said that both BlackRock Vanguard groups are amongst the top 5 investors in Visa. Yeah, so Visa, from what I understand, Visa and MasterCard are their own trading LLCs, is it? Where you've got like a group of shareholders that invest into it and you are directly reportable to those shareholders. Can see being on a discretionary recipient based on authorization card key of your credit number. They get the merchant name, but not the products. Yeah. So I can see why they'd be like, okay, we can see that you're making 400 purchases through Steam, but we don't know what those exact things are. If that's the case, then how are they knowing that these things? How, if they do not moderate content sold by merchants, and they also do not make moral judgments on legal purchases made by consumers, as per the wording of their fucking statement here, then how do they believe the merchant to be an elevated risk of illegal activity? Do you know what I mean? How's it getting that steep? There'll be 100% a paper trail, just a matter of whether they let you see it. Yeah. That's what I assume. That's what I assume. Now, I'm not going to turn around and say this is lies, because that would be slander. But I am going to say that it is certainly suspicious based on what we know. Do you know what I mean? Both of those things own like 60% of the world almost. Yeah. There's like, from what I understand, there's like 3 major companies that own the vast majority of the payment processing providing. And neither of them are Visa or MasterCard. Visa and MasterCard are not the ones involved there. Oh, cool. I'll have a look at that in a minute. But yeah, so that kind of leads very comfortably onto payment processing providers as a whole, which is kind of where we sum up the entire experience. Given that effectively payment processing providers should not be able to dictate what a consumer spends their money on. In any circumstances. Thank you very much, Semba. In any circumstances, a payment processing provider should not be able to dictate what a customer can or cannot spend their money on. If that consumer spends money on something that is illegal, then it is up to the police to investigate the matter. It is up to the legal system in that country to investigate the matter, and for the payment processing provider to provide them with evidence. It is not up to the payment processing provider to dictate, hey, you can or can't do these things. They should be open to sharing evidence with law enforcement, but they shouldn't be taking the law into their own hands. That is not their purview, and it's not purview they should be allowed to have. Stripe is up there. Stripe, if I remember correctly, Stripe is like number 7 of the top 10 payment processing providers. They also have a morality clause in their policy. They have like a morality thing, which is all about they're one of the ones that don't process anything to do with sex work. It's annoying that Steam and Itch and all the countless others who will end up getting screwed by this has already perfectly cremated terms of service in place to prevent the exact thing. Yeah, Steve, 100%. What they did, and I understand why they did it, was they panicked. They panicked and went, fuck, we can't afford to not have our payment processing providers. Change everything now, and we can worry about it later. Delete all of these things now, we can always worry about it later. And like in the case of itch.io, stick everything, de-index everything, de-index absolutely fucking everything, and then we'll start investigating about how we actually deal with this. So that we can keep the payment processing provider, and then we can look into it. But that is exactly what OnlyFans did, to take it back to OnlyFans. When OnlyFans turned around and went, hey, we are getting rid of all not safe for work content on OnlyFans, everyone went, what the fuck? And I think they had it for 48 hours where they had no not safe for work content on the entire thing. And then literally within 48 hours, they were like, yeah, we're changing. We're just going to use a payment processing provider that actually allows this stuff. But they also had the same reaction. Right, we're going to get rid of everything first, and then we'll worry about how we actually deal with it. Take hold because Steam, I believe, is an American company, so they wish to yield them first. Yeah. They'll yield first and sort it out later. There are certain firewalls that can be put in place for purchasing that will not allow your bank to see the purchase, but I'm sure those are either illegal or blocked. I would imagine they're illegal. It would make sense if they were illegal. Not only because of like illegal activities and stuff like that, but also because of the careful watch that banks have on all of our finances. Wouldn't be surprised if the results in these things that Japan has, that, forget the name of, where you can get a barcode, you can take a physical retailer and pay cash. So Japan have done something really interesting recently, and I pulled it up, and I've what were they called? Wasn't Creative Shout. What were they called? Collective Shout. I can't find the article that I was looking at, but Japan have definitely done something against to stand up against Collective Shout.
You little stalker.
But I wasn't sure what it was. Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful bean. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but you're very welcome here. Theoretically, there are legislations in place that say that the payment processors in the US are complicit as they are facilitating the transaction. That's the reason they don't handle payments for legal weed in states that it is legal, since they are federally illegal. Okay, interesting. There was also something, what was it? I know that there is a is it the Fair Access to Banking Act? 119th Congress. There's one of the I want to say Federal Reserve Acts. I don't know. I'm not fluent on American legal systems, but there is a specific act that that stand against what the payment processing providers are doing, because that is what is currently being pushed against them, as it were. Thank you very much, Zen. Yeah, not today. Not today. Payment processing provider should provide payments, nothing more. Exactly. Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. I think they should provide payments, and if they must moderate anything, they should monitor money laundering, not morals. Yeah. OnlyFans thought, let's get rid of this entire website. Yeah. It was a whole thing. I'm glad you're home safe, Rach. This has been fascinating to listen to. It's been quite a roller coaster, hasn't it? Welcome home. Tumblr 2 CEO had payment processor blocking any move to allow adult content. Yeah, with Tumblr though, Tumblr was a much bigger issue. Tumblr was a much bigger issue because they literally, from what I was reading earlier, because I didn't know anything about this until I was looking at some of the articles and perspectives earlier. One of the big things that they shut down Tumblr for was because they were actually facilitating CP on there. They were actually facilitating or the old Tumblr actually had abusive imagery of well, that's what I saw on one of these YouTube videos, that was one of the big reasons for it. And it's like, wow, well then there you go, you know. Firewall could be considered obstruction of justice in the US. Yeah. Brazil had a fantastic payment system to avoid payment processor taxes. Jesus Christ. Maybe we just need to switch to crypto. There was a whole thing about crypto becoming like the new international currency, but I'm not getting into crypto by any stretch of the imagination. Certainly not today. Not the edgy middle school vibe name getting bonked. Yeah. Some name and profile pic combos are asking for a problem. Yeah. But when I look like this and we're talking about censorship and somebody comes in with fucking Donald Trump supporter in their name, they're asking for trouble. That's all they're doing. They're coming in to fucking stir the pot, you know? Where's Lady Clear's yeet when I need it? All right, can I give them a sub to piss them off? Can do what you want, but they are banned permanently. So, who are begging for it? Yeah, 100%. 100%. My understanding of old Tumblr was a case of them ignoring the problem. Another case. Yeah, exactly, Lux. Exactly. Another case of people just ignoring the problem. If we ignore it, it'll go away. And it never fucking does. It never does. But I know full well, like, I mean, let me literally just check now. Yeah. In fact, you know what? I can check two games. Two games that I know, as per the rules of what this censorship should be banned. And they're not. One of them that I have actively reported.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
Alec, you cheeky devil. One of them that I have actively reported for containing illegal content. And that is still very much on Steam. And therefore proving that this whole thing doesn't fucking work.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
And another one that is that I talked about earlier that definitely involves incest, and it doesn't fucking. That's still there. And I gave a negative review of that game on there. I didn't. The only reason I didn't report that one was because I couldn't.
Most kind.
I couldn't guarantee that it wasn't it wasn't step parents as opposed to actual parents. Do you know what I mean? Oh my lordy. Alec Wallace giving us up to Peace and Love for All and to Doom Hippie, and then Ophelia Panda giving it to Doom Hippie 63. 83. You cheeky devils. Thank you so much for those. Peace and love for all. Yay! We love peace and love for all. I've inscribed those names upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you got access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devils. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know? You know? Oh, my lordy. There we go. There we go. Back into legs, it's shower time. Oh, lordy. Taking Fallon into the shower. He's a lucky boy. I'm always a lucky boy. You people spoil me rotten, especially with shower visits. My lordy. Nico, hello, you cheeky devil. Can I get a shower for Nico Hart, please? Who's taking who into the shower now? We are all going to the shower with Rach. Do you know what? It's become a thing. It's become a thing. People like to take us to the shower. People go check out my dear friend Nico Hart. He is glorious and spectacular. He plays a whole variety of different games, a lot of indie games. We've been talking about indie games today. And finally got your internet fixed. Yay! How's that? Do you know what? I was literally just thinking. I was like, I haven't seen you in a while. Literally just thinking I haven't seen you in a while, and now I know why. Now I know why. I'm sure they have. Oh, whoever Doom Hippie is, I'm sure they're very grateful. Exactly. Thank you very much, Sen. I appreciate that. Here's a question. Would fictional story that has incest be in the firing line too? That's the whole point. Yeah. People pay for that. I mean, the Bible has incest in it. I was thinking about the Game of Thrones on streaming services. All very confusing. By the context of Collective Shout, if Collective Shout were going after Detroit Become Human because of the depictions of child abuse and abuse against women, then they would definitely go after Game of Thrones games because of the incest and the sexual assault in there. Absolute facts. Yeah, yes is the answer to the question. It was a USA trip and a week of bad internet. Oh my god. How you doing? Doing all right, thank you very much. I will say I am now quite emotionally fatigued in the best possible way because we have had a deep dive on the censorship situation with Steam and itch.io and the payment processing providers and how they should not be allowed to do what they're doing. You know? Thinking about the big screen too, or small screen. Well, I mean, from what I can see, I can't talk about payment processing providers in that regard, but from what I can see from Collective Shout, they would petition against anything that they deem unsanitary. Good is the classic stereotypical situation of religious group gets uppity about something. You know? Discord as well. Well. That was what I was like thinking about going into, but then I realized that how long I've been streaming, so I didn't want to get too deep into that because we did briefly talk about the whole censorship thing. Now, not censorship, the whole regulation thing. The regulation is different from censorship. What's happening on Steam and itch.io is censorship. What's happening with the UK is, in my personal opinion, excessive regulation. Also, 6 minutes ago, people, Milky Pork redeemed to praise the mods. Could we please have a praise the mods for all those mod loves out there? Any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel will be acceptable here. To say a massive thanks to those mods for getting rid of trolls in our moment of need. Lather you up? We will. We will, Rach. We'll get you all sudsy. We're taking a trip on the censorship. Oh my god, Milky Pork. Good lord. It's been a fascinating conversation. It's been really interesting. Really, really interesting. I've learned a few things here as well. You know what I mean? Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate that. Mods, you're beautiful. I appreciate you being here and hanging out and being here for the deep, difficult conversation. You know? And depressing as fuck, but fascinating. It's, as I think it was Razor earlier said, every single form of media has been through this. Every form of media has been through the process of censorship. And it always starts with too much freedom, then gets smashed with the iron fist of censorship, and then slowly over the next 10 years, 10, 20 years, you will start to find them finding a middle ground. I have complaints about this cruise line. Yeah, it's been pretty fucking deep, hasn't it? It's been pretty fucking deep. Safe to assume that any people trying to censor this kind of thing in the name of the Bible would be censoring the Bible if they weren't being hypocritical. I think this is the key point, Lucifer, is that they are being hypocritical. They always are hypocritical. Excessively and also incompetently implemented, you can bypass with Norman Reedus meme pictures. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, the regulatory stuff in regards to, in the UK, them putting regulations on anything that requires, anything that has not safe for work content now needs you to verify your face and or ID. Including Reddit, Wikipedia, Discord. Discord I kind of understand to a certain degree because of how much predation is on there. And I don't say that lightly. I literally watched an entire YouTube video where a guy went through the entire process of, here are a whole load of servers that contain maps, as they say. If anybody ever, friends, this is a bit of a fucking PSA. If anyone ever turns around and says, oh, I'm part of a map server, M-A-P server, stay the fuck away from them. Because a map is a minor attracted person. There was a big thing about fucking 5-6 years ago about people just listing themselves as maps and trying to march as part of the Pride Parade. It was a bad time. But yeah, that was my PSA to all of you. MAP, M-A-P, minor attracted person. And this video that I watched was this person not exploiting, the exposing, that's the word I'm looking for. Exploiting is definitely the wrong word. Exposing these servers that were available on Discord. And some of them still are. Some of them still are available on Discord. So when it comes to, like, when I look at stuff like Pornhub, it's like, okay, yeah, I understand why it's there. I don't agree with it, but I understand why it's there. When it comes to Wikipedia, I'm like, this is fucking stupid. When it comes to Reddit, I'm like, for fuck's sake. But when it comes to Discord, I'm like, well, from what I have seen, there is an ongoing issue there that needs to be dealt with by Discord. Discord needs to do something about that, you know? The people censorship creates because they aren't exposed to enough thought, challenging, or educational materials. As a result, often end up becoming very scary individuals. Yeah, they become, well, they fall in line, don't they? That's the answer. They fall in line. Trying to say into the South Park after the recent episode. I haven't seen the episode, but the creators of South Park are Republicans. That's surprising. The whole US side goes over my head a bit. Yeah, the whole side thing, it goes over my head a little bit. But either way, doesn't make a difference. They definitely released an episode, the first of their 5-year contract, and their first one absolutely ripped into Donald Trump, comparing him to Saddam Hussein and having sex with the devil and all kinds of shit. They did not fucking they didn't hold back on that one. They did not fucking hold back on that one. I haven't seen it yet, but I don't really watch South Park. It's not really my kind of humor, but I appreciate anybody who sticks it to authority a little bit. Do you know what I mean? And by a little bit, I mean anything like that. Especially when it comes to people like Donald Trump. I have no idea where most of my petty emotes went. They'll be around somewhere. Wikipedia, yeah, apparently so, Lux. Apparently so. I haven't checked it out myself. But then fuck knows. But the 3 main ones that cropped up as things that are being affected by the regulation, the extra regulatory implementation, is the porn sites, obviously, and then Reddit and Wikipedia, because Wikipedia have issued an appeal. Basically, they've issued an appeal to the government, basically being like, "Why the fuck are we a part of this? This isn't okay." 100%, and do not let the age verification thing scan your face. I mean, it hasn't come up yet, but what I will say is the age verification thing is easily bypassable. But you know what? We did talk about it very, very briefly at the beginning of the stream. It's very easily bypassable. I think the whole thing is stupid as fuck. It's so easy to get around. Either you get a VPN, which I know that many VPN sites are now being blocked and stuff like that, but you get a VPN, you I shouldn't be saying this. I shouldn't be saying this. I am not saying this as things you should do, because that would be illegal. But I am saying these are ways that people are currently getting around them. Either A, search for a different site. To reiterate what I said earlier in the stream, when I found out that they'd implemented the age verification regulation across porn sites in the UK, a friend of mine messaged me and they were like, "Hey Val, they've finally done it. You can't get on any porn sites." And I went, "Oh really?" So I looked up Pornhub as the biggest porn site out there, and of course it came up with age verification. I was like, cool. And then I literally Googled the word porn. 5 links down, got onto a porn site. No age verification. Literally 5 links. First one, no. Second one, no. Age verification, age verification. Oh, look. Nothing. It did not take long at all to find a way around that specific scenario. As I said, in that regard, the age verification as it is at the moment is not going to stop people from watching porn without verifying their age. What it is going to do is going to push people to watch porn from sites that don't have safeguarding. The thing about Pornhub is Pornhub has been under that much scrutiny for that fucking long that they have to have safeguarding. They have to verify people's identities, like people that are uploading onto the thing. They have to verify those people's identities. They have to have consent forms. There is so many things that Pornhub have to do because of the fact they have been under so much scrutiny over all of the years that they have been practicing. Are they the best business in the world? Not by any stretch of the imagination, but they have had to do these things. By putting the age regulatory requirement in this situation, all it's going to do is stop people from watching Pornhub and sites that have these kind of prerequisite requirements as part of them, and push them to watching sketchy sites that have no safeguarding, that are likely to include people that are being exploited, people that are being trafficked. That's all that is going to do. In the regards to the porn line of things, that is all that is going to do. The other thing that I know, and again, I am not promoting this, but I am saying this is something that is happening, is that people are getting around these verifications. Some people are using realistic characters from video games, such as Death Stranding, as in place of them scanning your face. So they'll take characters that are very real looking from games and use that instead of face verification. I also know that some teenagers, some children, are using AI to age their face. So they're uploading their face into an AI system and they're saying, hey, age me to look like I'm 22. Age me to look like I'm 30, and doing it that way. And I've also heard rumor of people using AI to fabricate a fake ID. Make me a driver's license that says I'm 32. It's in this day and age of technology, it seems extremely short-sighted, is what I'll say. In this day and age of technology, it seems extremely short-sighted. Oh, thank you very much for removing incitements to violence. I understand that people get very, very angry about predators in general. Completely understandable and completely understand your rationale. However, as per the terms of service of Twitch, we cannot allow any kind of messages for any incitements to violence against other people, just so that we're all right, all on the same page. And I know that you all understand that, but it's thing, you know what I mean? Between this and therapy, it's been a long day. I appreciate you sticking around for it, though, Authentic. I appreciate you all sticking around for it. I know it's not an easy topic to talk about at all. by any stretch of the imagination. Oh, thank you very much for being understanding as well, friends. I appreciate that. It was just to cause Paramount issues. Yeah. I've seen the South Park episode. It's something and pulled no punches. It's the same voice actor that was Saddam. That's fucking hilarious. Pedophiles in high places should not be able... Oh, yeah. Should not be able to make any rules, especially laws. Yeah, well, I'm not going to get into that side of things yet. I'm sure at some stage I will talk about it when I am ready, when I have the mental capacity to do so. Because it takes a lot. It takes a lot to have these conversations. And don't get me wrong, friends. I love having the conversations. I love the fact that we can provide a space where we can turn around and go, right, let's discuss the fucking serious shit. Let's have a stream where we discuss the serious shit, like censorship. 100%. I love the fact that we have that. But I am also very well aware that it is quite exhausting to go through it all. Do you know what I mean? Be careful that Madman Savvy account, Valen. Madam Savvy. Some scrolling over accounts shows some difficult reconcile political opinions. Oh, right. Okay. Interesting. I don't know anything about her, but thank you very much for the heads up. Yeah, I don't know a single thing about her. All I know is her in relation to this information. The law was designed to restrict anything. Porn was just the excuses. Yeah, it always starts with porn. Always starts with porn. Management will point out that Valen is currently warning against doing certain things that are avoiding legal requirements on websites. This is purely for educational and informational purposes. Yes, very much so. I was not saying anybody should do those things, but I am saying that those things are what are currently being done to bypass it. So that everyone is aware. So that I see the divine on principle, yeah. The Norman Reedus thing, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Is that the character? In which case, yeah. This has been fantastic convo, but I think this is where I must step away for the sake of my brain. Thank you for the great stream, Valen chat. Thank you, mods, for being on it. Thank you so much for being here, Alexander Griffin. I appreciate you and fully understand you, beautiful being. It's definitely a heavy topic. It's one that needs to be talked about, and I am glad that I am not only glad that I am able to talk about it with everyone, but I'm glad that you all provide me with a space that I can talk about this kind of stuff. Especially when it comes down to stuff like censorship, because, like I said, with doing the Questionable Game Emporium, with being a sex educator myself, with being in like the kink industries and the erotic industries, with knowing as much as I do about the sex industry and stuff like that, I feel, and also with my own personal experience with payment processing providers and the issues that has caused in relation to this like the sex industry, I feel like I'm in a pretty unique position to actually talk about these things. But I can only do that within a space that you people provide. So I'm thankful for that. Like the Reddit, you just pull a pic from Google and they don't bat an eyelid. Wouldn't surprise me. I have heard that many of these websites have used very cheap companies to do it. Companies that I wouldn't trust my own personal credentials with. Let's say that. Don't cause no, you're good, Alec. It's just safeguarding more than anything else. Take away the regulated stuff, people will turn to unregulated stuff. Facts. Absolute fucking facts. Looks. Happens every time. Every single fucking time. Was it my feels? No, you're good. I completely understand. Trust me. As somebody who also gets well up in my feels, I completely fucking understand. None of this is even difficult. It's all going to do is make monitoring content and the users all that much harder. Yes. Yeah, but this is, it's one of those situations in regards to the regulatory stuff that's going out onto like porn sites and stuff like that. The information that all of this does, well, the way that it has been rolled out just makes you think that people haven't thought it through properly. It seems like one of those situations where it is a tick box exercise to keep a certain group of people happy. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things where, like, say there's a particularly zealous group of parents that are like, we must protect all children. We must do it all. We must put authentications on absolutely everything. We need to make sure that the children never get to see a boobie. Like, you get that side of it. And this feels like a tick box exercise. It feels like the government just going, oh, well, look, we've put this in place for you. Didn't really think it through as to how it's actually going to work or not work. Didn't really care about AI. Didn't really care about how quickly or easily it is to be bypassed. Didn't care about the connotations or what this means in regards to what people are going to be pushed to do. Didn't really think any of this through. We just knew that we had to fucking... But we knew we just had to keep these people happy, so we put it in place. That's what it feels like. It feels like people pleaser bullshit. Lip service bollocks. Because it's so easy to bypass, and because it's so easy to push people to less regulated stuff, you know? I, as a 24-year-old, cannot use the face scan thing, as it says I'm too young. Perfect example. You're not the only one, Tinks. I know that people with disabilities, with some kind of facial deformation, have had real issues with any kind of face scan scenario because it doesn't recognize them as a person, which is fucking horrible, you know? And it's just like, this is extremely fucking short-sighted and quite prejudiced now I think about it. That's quite prejudice against people that do have some kind of facial issue, you know? But the government will just be like, well, use your ID instead. I've done the Reddit verification. I've literally just looked at the camera and turned my head left and right. Dixod had me open and closing my mouth, looking left and right and moving the camera closer and further away from me. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Do you know what? It's not flagged for me. Maybe I did it when I was drunk one night or something. I don't remember. Now you're good, you're good. Food is on the way. Yeah! Huzzah! Easy rain with my current British crime drama fixation. Love it. In Death Stranding, there's a photo mode. You can make a selfie. Norman Reedus became the face of many people the day on verification sites. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that is exactly what I was referring to. Exactly what I was referring to. The message, never tried 18 plus facial scanning, and I don't want to share my age other than say that I am an adult. No, that's fine. So long as your physical body has been around the sun 18 times, I'm fucking sweet with it. You know what I mean? But I think I'm underage a ton. I get ID'd constantly, even just when I buy spray paint and such. I got ID'd buying teaspoons once. That's probably my favorite one. Jiu-Jitsu Sensei, hello, how you doing? What's the most important life lesson? What is the most important lesson that life has taught me so far? Good question. Try not to give as much of a shit as your brain tells you to. The most important, do you know what? The most important lesson that I have ever got in my entire life, Jiu-Jitsu Sensei, is what does it matter? Every single time I ever get stressed, but what does it matter? And the answer is, usually doesn't. Usually doesn't. And so I don't worry about it. And I'm fucking sweet. Teaspoons, did you hear that right? Yeah. What kind of teaspoon is the question? Just normal teaspoon. Teaspoon you stir your tea with. I was 18 years old, and I was told by the cashier that you had to be 16 or over to buy teaspoons. And I was like, the fuck do you mean I have to be 16 or over to buy teaspoons? And they said, well, there's a bit of a drug problem going on. And I was like, you think I'm buying teaspoons to cook up heroin? Like, what? And they were like, I've got to ask, I'm sorry. And I was like, all right. Okay. See how it is. Yeah. Fun fact, the brand Bare Naked Ladies was named after the lead singer called an underwear section in a department store catalog. I fucking love that. Love that. I'm 14, still got ID'd for energy drinks in Tesco. I have no chance with the age verification thing. Oh, Blaze Winterborn, I got ID'd a couple of weeks back, which I thought was fucking hilarious. Like, I'm not going to turn around and say I'm any spring dud. Do you know what I mean? I was buying vodka, and they were like, do you have any ID? And I was like, you most certainly can have my ID. Take my ID. Indulge in it. My forehead is older than you, child. Do you know what I mean? Like... Tried to see what it was like, but it refuses to open for me. And fuck scanning my ID. Yeah, fuck that. I'm actually at a point where I'm like, do I just make everything not adult only because we only have an 18 plus community here anyway? But there's always that risk. There's always that risk. Speaking of not caring too much about what people think, I've been working on that, and I don't know if you remember our conversation from before, but I wore a waistguard in public briefly. Yes! Yes, Blaze Winterborn! Yes! How did it feel? How did it feel? Give it to me. Tell me how it was. It's an inconvenience, not a drama, is my new work. Oh, I love that. Love that. Not giving a flying crud about anything won't affect me in a month or so. Allows for so much happiness. Yeah. Found 2 hours ago, Itch posted an FAQ further unpacking their response. Ooh, yes, please, Razotta. I'll happily revisit this. Let me give you a cheeky little permit. Give you a cheeky little permit. Thank you muchly. Update 28th of July 2025. So that's today. For those people that are watching the VOD, it is a point of recording. We have de-indexed all adult not safe ways. So this is the original statement. Addendum FAQ 28th of July. It is an understatement to say that the original announcement received a lot of response. I am adding in frequently asked questions here to address some of the most common concerns I've seen. Why was Witch.io's response greater than Steam's? The difference in our responses stems from the difference in our platforms. Steam is a closed platform where every product page is approved before it appears on the store. Interesting. Very interesting. Which means that there is like a specific verification process before any title is listed. To go back to what Authentic Art was asking before. Because they were generally aware of the content they hosted, they could identify and act on specific pages. Okay. Well, they just found anything that had the incest tag? What? Okay. Itch.io is an open UGC, which is user-generated content platform, with over 2 million product pages. Anyone can publish content at any time with minimal barriers. We could not rely on user-provided tagging to be accurate enough for the targeted approach. So a broader review was necessary to be thorough. Makes sense. I don't like it, but I understand it. Additionally, Itch.io is a small company, both in team size and in transaction volume. Compared to a company like Steam, we have limited ability to push back. If we lose our ability to accept payments from partners like PayPal or Stripe have definitely... PayPal I've not had an issue with before, but Stripe have definitely got... they have literally got policy clauses dedicated to immoral acts. Or immoral content. Oh, can I find that? See if I can find that in a second. Because I think it's worth it. If we lose our ability to accept payments from partners like Stripe, we impact the ability of all creators to do business. Losing PayPal, for example, would prevent us from sending out payments to many people. Our actions were taken to protect our payment processing abilities for as much of the platform as possible. I understand why they've done it. It's just shit that they've had to. In the meantime, what is the timeline for these changes? The situation is evolving as we await final determinations from our current payment processors, Stripe and PayPal. There are still unknowns that prevent us from providing a fixed timeline. In the meantime, we are actively reaching out to other payment processors that are more willing to work with this kind of content. Good. That's good. But it is difficult. Because I usually... Well, yeah, I'm not going to say that. Because it doesn't matter. But it's good that they're doing it. We have suspended the ability to pay with Stripe for 18 plus contact for the foreseeable future. Good, because Stripe are particularly zealous about it. Our immediate focus has been on content classification reviews and implementing stricter age gating on the site. Okay. Can you elaborate on the library access? Pages that are de-indexed are still accessible if you own them. They have not been removed from your library or collections. Some pages have received a content notice, which applies to individual pages where our team has concluded that we can no longer support their business. If you previously purchased or received a download key for one of these pages, the downloadable files are still available in your library, assuming the creator has not taken down the page or removed the files themselves. We are aware of some people making claims that the content has been removed from their library on social media. If you are one of those people, we strongly urge you to reach out to support so we can understand what exactly you're expecting to see, as none of the changes we have made as part of this review should impact your access to a paid product. Or to paid products. Regardless of what happens, I personally recommend you maintain control over over the content you own. Itch.io is an DRM-free platform from day one for this reason. Download and back up your games and don't let any corporation dictate what you can own. That's bold. That's a bold statement. Love that. Love this. Impressed. Wasn't expecting something that forward. But I like it. Can you elaborate on payouts? Some have noted a rule in our adult content policy about not processing payouts for infringing accounts. This rule has been in place for a long time to address bad actor situations where user joins the site and blatantly violates our terms to make a sale before being banned. There are content types we have ways. There are content types we have always had zero tolerance for, e.g. content with sexualized minors or sexualized real life imagery. In those cases, we ban users, refund payments, and do not honor payouts. Completely makes sense. Current situation is a special circumstance. We have no interest in withholding anyone's earnings. The measures we are taking now are to ensure that we do not lose our relationship with our financial partners, which is necessary to continue paying creators without issue. I hate it, but I understand it. Can you elaborate on new items in the adult content policy? Our adult content policy is located here. Our TOS and adult content policy have always included the rule: if you plan to collect money for your content, then you must adhere to the acceptable use policy of all respective payment processors that your account utilizes. This is vague. I'm amazed they admit that. I am genuinely fucking impressed that they are made this. No worries, Nibrin, you take it easy. Thank you very much for stopping by. I realize it's a late one, this one. But I do want to cover it all off so that it's covered, you know. The other day, we added a specific list of prohibited themes presented in our card processing networks to help people understand the kind of things that we might be looking for in our review. This is good. This is good. This is what we like to see from fucking companies. I have to say, this is exactly when there's a controversial issue, this is the kind of clarity and backbone that I like to see from companies. We understand the problems that come with a list like this, as it is easy to argue the semantics. We decided it was better to give you more information to work with instead of less. Even if many of the items on the list can be argued either way, we intend to refine this part of the site with more care. But since there are still unknowns, this is the information we can provide for now. I really like that. That is a good exiting statement, as it were, or good clearing up, as it were. I like that. That was good. That was good. When I goes to the shops, she gets ID'd. I've been told my face you're old enough to. Oh, my lordy. Oh, thanks. I was mistaken for my girlfriend's mother once. Oh, wow. The funniest thing to me, I asked for our ID, was the cashier who was around 18, 19, asked my ID, and after I handed it over, she looked at it and looked back at me. My ID, looked at me again, then handed it back saying, oops, sorry, ma'am. I never felt so young and old at the same time. Wow. 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 I've definitely, when I shaved my head for charity, I had my passport photos taken shortly after that. And then for a long period of time, all of my ID had me with a bald head. And it took a few people being like, what's going on here? What's happening? You're not a bald person. What the fuck? I understand it's quite easy to get published on Steam. It's listing your game that as free that's tricky. Yeah, no, I can understand that. You're back. It was shower time. Welcome back. I hope you got delightfully sudsy. I mentioned earlier of not liking to read terms of service, and there's a great content creator I know who breaks down privacy policies, going into a lot of detail. Would it be okay to share them in Discord? Yeah, please do, Milky Pock. I, at one stage, thought about doing that, because I know that a lot of, when it comes to content creation policies, if there's like an updated policy or something like that, we tend to go through it together. As many of you who have been here for a while will know. We tend to go through it together. And I was like, oh, maybe I should transfer those VODs over to, well, I still do, but transfer those VODs in a more edited form over to like a YouTube channel or something like that, to help people out. But time is not something that I have a lot of, you know what I mean? You know, so there's people like city centers, like the gas people and that. Oh my god, Tinks, no way. That's wild. That was awkward. Yeah, I can imagine. There was definitely a point where my my grandmother on my dad's side, who had dementia, thought that my sister was my dad's new girlfriend, which was weird. Download and back up your games. Mind you, the ability to access said game is coded to the internet reliant. They're DRM free, so I can play all the games that I've got off itch.io have all been things that I can play without. So Bunyip, I do not have the fucking brain space for that, for your Victorian advice today, so I'm going to refund you that, because I just don't have it. I don't have it. However, we are going to raid out. We're going to raid out. We're going to go throw some love at another delightful individual. I realize that it's really fucking late, friends. So if you can stick around for the raid, even if it's on like 5 minutes, just to go and say hi to somebody, I would really appreciate it. I'll try and make it nice and quick, because I realize that I've overrun by like 2 hours. 2 hours compared to my normal time. Doing these things. Doing these bits and pieces. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here, Danny. Oh, Danny Chaos. How you doing? And Smack says, oh my god, look at these beautiful people. Friends, before we go anywhere, could you do me a massive favor and throw out some mod loves, especially today, because the mods have been fucking excellent. Mods, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you. You can use any mod loves from any channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful moderators. Mods, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, especially today, because I realized that I didn't warn you in advance that this was going to be the topic of conversation. I kind of just went, right, we're doing this. So I really, really appreciate you doing that. We're going to go see somebody who's doing something a little bit more lighthearted so that I can sort of decompress a little bit. Yeah, let's go see this person. Because they're wonderful and glorious, and I appreciate them. Ooh, I had a new haircut. Had a new haircut. Right. Thank you so much for thanking the mods, friends. Thanks for talking about this important topic. Stargazer, thank you so much for coming out with a lurk to say that. That is very, very kind. Thank you very much for your first time chat. Yeah, we do talk about serious topics every so often. 9 times out of 10, we end up talking about some fucking filth wizardry, sex and debauchery or something like that. But every so often, we have a good serious topic because I think it's important to discuss those things and to provide a space for those things to be discussed. Because... yeah, very, very important that these... Okay, it's cool. Yeah, very important that these things actually get talked about. And not just by, like, reporters and journalists and stuff like that, but by all of us. Because it matters to us all, you know? Or it should matter to us all. Right. We're going to go raid somebody. If you can stick around for the raid, even if it's only 5-10 minutes, I'd really appreciate it. Friends, if you're a subscriber, please copy and paste the first raid message. If you are not a subscriber, please copy and paste the second raid message. That's the first Bottle Vein raid message for subscribers. The second Bottle Vein raid message for non-subscribers. We're going to go raid a member of my stream team because I appreciate her face. Friends, we're going to go raid Mary Majora. We're going to go raid Mary Majora, who's a wonderful, wonderful being. A spectacular specimen of humankind. And a member of my stream team. If you're not in the raid up here, please click on the link that I have just thrown out there. They are doing some Mario today, I think. At the moment, they're not doing Mario right this second. They are doing something even more unhinged. But we're going to go throw them some love. Friends, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the raids, the subs, the gift subs, all the cheeky little bitties. Thank you so much for the donations. Thanks so much for spending your time here, you beautiful beings, and taking part in this conversation. Really fucking serious conversation. So I really appreciate you all being here. Friends, let's go throw Mary some love. I'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. BST. That's 1 p.m. British time, where we will be indulging in some date everything. Because we like to date everything. Nice and chill. We'll get into the intricacies of relationships and stuff. Friends, thank you so much for all you beautiful lurkers that have been lurking through and listening to my sultry tones as we talk about this serious topic. Thanks so much to all you people watching the VOD as you have pondered through and indulged yourselves. And thanks so much for all you beautiful people that have taken part in the conversation today, bringing your own perspectives and your own interests and your own thoughts and processes and questions and what have you. It's been fucking amazing. I've really, really enjoyed it. Friends, until tomorrow, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Because if I wouldn't do it, he'll fucking kill you. I'll see you all later. Bye-bye.